Niggas throw rocks and then hide their hands. So I gotta keep grinding to make this plan work. I hear the whispers of them hating on me. I left the windows open that way to hate be free. Nothing about Z-Soft, please don't tempt me to spit flows and lies and leave things empty. I done did time, kid, don't resent me. What I went for, just know I did sin, man.
Oh, 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 smell the blood. Oh, 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 oh.
Mama told me to watch my back, cause I'm the only one here that'll watch like that. Keep my eyes on the prize, watch where my steps land. Toes hang around, they'll bring deception. For those that'll bring, better have protection. Situations change, make a misdirection. If I show the pole, yeah, it's gon' pop. Once I get the squeezing, then I won't stop, nah. So what we stop for?
It's the end of the track.
What? Welcome back to another episode of Musically Zone Talks Boxing. This episode comes to you by HW Wicks Handcrafted Candles. Their motto is relax and enjoy. Also by the Block family. We're started on Marlowe's Corner. Man, we just keeping it going. And we get our music from the Track Titans. So if you know somebody looking for some music to go on their videos, tell them to hit me up and I'll hook them up with the Track Titans. And as always, I gotta give a shout out to Fantasy League Boxing, presented by Champ Ross. Champ Ross's Fantasy League Boxing. If you think you can call it, go ahead and jump over there in Fantasy League Boxing of Champ Ross. That's Champ Ross Fantasy League Boxing. You can find it on YouTube as well as on Facebook. They got longevity. They got champions over there. And some of those champions represent the Block fam right here on your own Musically Zones Talks Boxing. And you feel like you got the skills, he's giving away money for first, second, and third place. So if you got the goods and you got the gusto, go ahead over there to Champ Ross's Fantasy Boxing League and see if you can do something. Well, with that being said, sadly, I must inform San Antonio that the Spurs lost. Yeah, they lost. My wife wasn't too happy about it. I got to keep my eye on her right now. Things could get a little shaky. But y'all know, I'm just joking. The Spurs did take a loss. But on the same night, around the same time, there was a fight going on at about 118 pounds, 120, somewhere. I can't remember exactly what size Bam is. But Bam did get a victory, became a three-weight division champion. And we're going to unpack that a little bit, as well as seeing the interview with Andre Ward, undefeated at 34-0, if I'm remembering correctly. One of the greats that retired with the O that didn't go. But I'm gonna go ahead and get myself together, fix me a little something to sip on, nothing strong, and y'all go ahead and get a chance to unlax, rewind, and come on in and unfold as I unload Stella Rosa, written by Otis Bell, a.k.a. Obese. Let's roll it.
Berry, melon, rosso, rose, red apple, bianco,
Oh, shit.
pineapple, black cherry, ruby rose, grapefruit, moscato, iced tea, tropical, mango, green apple, blackberry, orange fusion, lemon, lime, French vanilla, red wine, black wine, pink wine, peach wine, blueberry, golden, honey, peach, royal. I'm spoiled 'cause you tasty, 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 tasty. Tasty, tasty. Oh. The candles are burning, the music is low. You're fine as wine and your body close. You sway to the melody, your poetry in motion. I'm caught in a spell and you got the potion. And I pull you closer so I can embrace you. The smell of your clavicle makes me wanna taste you. You're my Stella Rosa. You're my Stella Rose. You're my Stella Rose. You're my Stella Rose. Our bodies are touching. I put my hands on your waist. This passion is burning as I invade your space. You slow grind up on me while I'm tracing your spine. I'm caressing your curves, girl, with nasty thoughts on my mind. I'm kissing on your shoulders, removing your gown. You roll your neck like you're stretching as I begin to go down. You're my Stella Rosa. You're my Stella Rosa. You're my Stella Rosa. You're my Stella Rosa. Berry, melon, Russell, rose, red apple, Bianco, pineapple, black cherry, ruby rose, grapefruit, moscato, iced tea, tropicango, green apple, blackberry. You taste it.
That was Stella Rosa, written by our brother Obese. At the moment, there is an AI singing it, but we got that masterful singer that came. As soon as he get things set up and back ready to roll, he will be taking over the vocals to that song and hitting y'all with a smooth melody of his own. That's right. So y'all keep your ears open and your eyes wide, because the Kane, our brother, will be coming through there and knocking it on down. Now, I remember last week saying something about Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. The fight's supposed to be taking place at 144 pounds. I do recall saying they need to hurry up and get that deal inked in, taken care of, because already it sounds like the wheels are falling off of it. Keyshawn Davis has been making noise, calling Devin out, saying he's scared. He'd rather fight, lose more weight than go ahead and fight him because he is the mando. He is the mandatory for his WBO belt, I believe it is, at 147 pounds. That would mean Devin wouldn't have to lose any weight, which should make him be excited for that. But I also said the bigger fight of the two, meaning Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis, would 9 times out of 10 fall in the hands of Shakur Stevenson and not Keyshawn Davis. So there's a lot of people saying that there's some ducking going on, a lot of shenanigans being played, things like that. But I've also heard that Shakur is saying he won't take the fight if Keyshawn doesn't give him the blessings for it. But I'm like, you're going to turn down some millions because somebody else is not blessing? But see, that's what that play brother stuff comes into play, kind of blocking your money, kind of blocking your fame, kind of just in the way. Business is business. Friendship is friendship. I don't see why you guys think y'all can't still be friends if y'all fight. But I'm not a genius when it comes down to that. I'm just asking the questions I know a lot of people are thinking. If you guys have a fight, would that stop your friendship? Let that ride for a moment. Let it soak in a little bit. I have no idea. But as I was saying, once again, I got to let San Antonio know the Spurs took a loss. They only won 1 game out of the series, man. I don't know what to say about that. But anyway, I want to dive into the fact that, wait a minute. Just finding out, WBC Fury versus Caballero is going to be fighting Tyson Fury. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. If Tyson don't come out with those crazy tactics that he's known for, Izzy Caballero could be another loss for Tyson Fury. I'm not going to just jump out there and say it right out the gate that it will be a loss, but it could be another loss for Tyson Fury. Depends on how he handles the situation and how he goes about trying to keep Caballero off of him. He should have learned the lesson fighting against our boy Usyk and not letting danger get and linger too close. If Cabiel pushes the issue and stay in Fury's face and bother him like Usyk did and just worry him throughout the fight, it could prove to be a little drastic for Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King. The big snowman is what I like to call him. But I'm going to let that melt down on you a little bit. As I say, I'm getting things together and keep rolling through. I want to unpack the interview that I saw on Art of War with one of my favorite fighters from 147 pounds, who is now moving up to 154 pounds to fight Tim Tszyu, and that would be Earl Spence. He gave us some insight on the way he was living, what he was thinking, how he was doing. When it came down to he and Terrence Crawford having a fight, a little insight into his life after the accident, which took place after the Sean Porter's fight. So, as usual, I'm going to let the family catch the back signal so they can start rolling in. I'm going to go ahead, because we got it like that, I'm going to go ahead and drop a few of these instrumental tracks that we have, not all in a row, because I'll be back in and out, talking to you guys until we get a nice little full house to get to cooking and representing like we usually do. But we got one called Lonely Road. This is not AI. This is out of the House of the Track Titans. These are these few instrumentals that I'm about to let play. I'd like for you guys to give me some info, give me a 1 or 2, 3, let me know. But we plan on working on these songs, and I want to know what you guys feel about it. This next one, we might be calling it Lonely Road, but we might be changing up the title once we start working on it. But this is the idea of the song. This is the track, and you guys let me know, is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Do you work with it or do you not? Here we go. While we got that going in the background, I want to give a congratulations out to Tiara Brown. She held on to her belt in her fight that just passed on MVP Productions, the MVP Promotions. Jake Paul is really doing it for the girls, man. So you got to give him his respect on that. Tiara Brown is also, let me go ahead and let this be known, she is also calling out the illustrious Alicia, the Bomb Garden. So now Alicia has 2 people calling her names out from what I'm understanding, at smaller weight classes that she could make without a problem. Ain't no need to worry about having to jump to 147 pounds, because you got Tiara Brown that is calling for your name now. And you also got sweet Caroline Dubois that's calling out your name. Now, she said Caroline might want to move up. It seems like she might be trying to wait to see if Caroline will move up. But that's neither here or there. I'm going to let that simmer as this track keeps rolling. I'm out again. Jerron Boots Ennis is talking his talk. We're going to see if he can walk his walk. He says that he's going to be coming home back to Philly with the belts. He's going to relieve Xander Zayas of his belts. He say he believes Xander is a good boxer. You know, he's pretty decent. But when he goes down and gets in his bag, it's going to be some issues. He's going to be able to do what he want to do. He also is making the claim that he is the cash cow at 154 pounds. If anybody wants to make the most money possible, then they must fight him. They must see him. I do remember hearing a young man back in the day, not too long ago, by the name of Earl Spence Jr. They called him the big fish, the truth. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. At one point, he said he was the man that you had to face in order to make the big dollars. Now, I haven't seen Jerron sell out anything in the way like Earl Spence did with he and Mikey Garcia when they fought in Cowboy Stadium. I didn't see that sellout. I haven't seen quite the turnout that he and I don't remember quite the turnout of Earl Spence and Sean Porter. But I am not going to rub any salt in the wounds or talk down. I'm going to give Boots all the credit that he deserves. Will his switch hitting? Will that be enough to confuse old Xander Zayas? You know, is he strong enough? Is he fast enough? Is he athletic enough? Like I said, he said he's going to go into his bag and the belts are coming home with him. Who am I to argue with the facts of a champion who has been a champion on more than one level? Now, he did misspeak and say that, you know, I'm not going to say he misspoke. He was a champion at 147 pounds. Things didn't work out quite the way he wanted them to for him to be undisputed. But here's the reset. He gets a chance to try it at 154 pounds and unify and possibly become undisputed at 154 pounds. When the question was asked, and I'm going to give credit to Showbiz the Adult for having this interview, when the question was asked, just how much bigger, pause as most people would say, but I don't believe in the pause. How much bigger can you get? What weight class do you think you're going to stop at? 160, 168, 175? But Boots said he thinks he'll top out at about 168 pounds. So going from 154, 160, 168, there is time. He is young enough. If his trajectory hits a certain angle and stays that way, if his stardom grows to a certain point and stays there, there's a big possibility that Jerron Boots Ennis' name could become household, could hold strong at 154. If all the right moves are made, it's a possibility he could become an undisputed champion. But there is a tall order in front of him right now standing in the way named Xander Zayas, who is also feeling like he is the man. Now, he hasn't mentioned anything about being the cash cow and people having to come to him to make their biggest payday. But he has been letting it known that he is not a walkover. This will not be a dance or a walk in the park. You won't be just strolling through the park whistling Dixie. You're going to have to come on with some issues, and you're going to come on and have to handle your business. This is how he's breaking it down towards Boots Ennis. That clash is right around the corner. And I still haven't made my prediction yet of who I think is going to take it, Boots or Xander. Xander or Boots. It's still kind of rattling around in my head because Boots does some things well, but I still have the slight red flag in the back of my mind that he gets frustrated. If Xander can go out there and do some things to frustrate him, will it be enough that Xander can get off on him? But I also have a flag in the back of my mind that says, I believe Boots is the type of fighter that the brighter the lights, the brighter he may shine. And if the lights are so bright that makes him shine so hard, he might be able to overcome the slight flaw that I think is a mental hiccup that he lets himself get frustrated and also show it. So don't let yourself get flustered, and where people can actually know it, your opponent, that is, can actually clock in on it, home in on it, zoom in on it, and try to take advantage of it. Maybe things will go a little bit different in the corner if Xander isn't acting right. Will Boots Ennis give his son his fighter some different instructions instead of what we have heard made fun of before in some fights back. What are you doing? Go ahead and get him out of here. Go ahead and knock him out. Everybody's not going to get out of there like that. Everybody's not going to be able to get knocked out like that. Some people are actually going to come to fight. They're going to come to represent themselves, and they're going to come to represent themselves well. With that being said, Xander Zayas and Boots Ennis, like I said, the test is around the corner. I'm still not. I'm gonna go ahead and be real with y'all. I'm kind of waffling a little bit. I'm not for sure if I want to go with Boots. I'm not for sure if I want to go with Xander. I'm liking what I'm seeing as I go through the dimensions of the fight for myself of what I think each of them can do. The weaknesses that I feel that they might have are not glaring weaknesses at all. Both good fighters. This is a chance for both guys to actually separate themselves much more from the average Joes or the good fighters. This is a chance, let me not call them average Joes. This is a chance for them to separate themselves from the good fighters and take that step towards stardom, which everybody hungers for when it comes to the fisticuff, when it comes to getting your name known, when it comes to hoisting up a belt. You want people to recognize you and blubber all over you and be like, that's the man, that's the one. You want to hear the talk shows talk about you when they talk like they talked about Floyd. I'm sure this is what they want. They want to have all eyes on them. Well, Xander and Boots, like I said, they're getting ready to lock it up. That's coming up around the corner. I did promise you guys that I would get you my take on who I thought would win. I still just haven't gotten there yet. I just haven't gotten there yet. So I'm going to keep mulling it over a little bit until I can actually come up with what I think. But right now, I think both fighters are going to make a exceptional showing of themselves when it comes to facing each other. It gives Boots a chance because, it was asked of Boots, you was doing some boxing and everything, and then all of a sudden you switched from being a boxer to actually want to just go in there and pummel people and get them on up out of there. And he said he does what he wants to do. You usually are used to hearing fighters say that, and I do what I want to do because when they kicking butt and ain't nobody stopped them or anybody has caused them any problem that they haven't overcome, they get a little set where, I can do what I want to do. It ain't nothing nobody else can do with me. And this is what I'm reading from Boots. Xander Zayas seems to be, in his mind, he has it stuck that his mission is to beat Boots, but not only beat Boots, to show Boots that Boots is not everything that he might think or claims to be. But that will have to unroll when it comes to them having their fight and their clash in the ring of who really is the better fighter. You got to be excited about the fact that they're both youngsters, and that's what, two young fighters going at it, ready to put it all on the line. Championship status is raised up. Not a lot of going around the bushes and beating around the trees and saying, let's cook it a little more, let's bake it a little more. It's something that the fans in boxing have had to endure quite a bit with different fighters. Earl Spence and Keith Thurman, which never took place. So many fights that we've seen lined up. Gervonta Davis fighting with the other three kings. We only got one fight, only one. That was he and Ryan. They threw Rolly in there as appetizer, but we probably will never see Devin and Tank, which would be sad. Shakur Stevenson seems to be falling into that kind of era where there's a lot of talking going on, but there's not a lot of fighting. And because he has so many brothers from other mothers and fathers, it's almost hard to find him any opponents as well. He and Keyshawn are fighting over the same opponent. I don't know if they're really fighting over it, but it seems to me that Devin is ready and dressed to fight, but somebody got to fight him. Now, it doesn't seem like he wants to fight Keyshawn, and I did say earlier I understand why, because I feel, I won't say many, but I feel that the biggest fight is between he and Shakur. But either way, that's neither here or there. If Shakur gives up the fight to Keyshawn and Devin decides to take it, then that's what it was. If Keyshawn decides to say, okay, Shakur, go ahead because he ain't going to fight me, then that's what it is. But I believe that Keyshawn is going to hold on strong to the reins because he feels like either Devin's going to fight him or Devin's going to be stripped because he has been set as the mandatory for Devin's WBO belt. Now, is Devin willing, he and his father, willing to let go of a belt, which will make the road to becoming undisputed that much harder at 147 pounds? Is that the mission, to become a 147-pound undisputed champion? Is that the mission? Now, they bragged about being the youngest undisputed undisputed champion when Devin became undisputed at what was it, 135 pounds? 135, if my memory serves me correctly, which, you know, he had to actually go and take care of Lomachenko. It was just a big mess. Let me just put it like that. I don't even want to go through all the history because it ended up being revisionist and people say you missed this, you added that. I don't want to go through all that. So I'll just say between Keyshawn, Devin, and Shakur, the most likely thing that's going to happen is either Shakur and Devin to fight, Devin to get stripped from his title for the money and a chance to claim who's the more superior fighter, or will Keyshawn get a chance to fight Devin for the strap, or will it be a fight that'll be stripped and he'll be fighting for that strap? Either way, it's a possibility, unless Devin, which I heard this idea floated around a few months ago, he might end up at 154 pounds before it's all over. I don't know how comfortable he is making 147 pounds, but if he's comfortable at 147 pounds, at some point it's time for people to dig in and start campaigning at one weight class and try to make it happen. Is Devin afraid of Keyshawn? That seems to be a narrative that people are starting to bring up. Some people are saying that people are just wanting this fight between Keyshawn because people hate Devin. No, I think people are actually looking at the fight and saying, damn, somebody fight somebody. If we can't get Shakur because the brother situation from another mother and father, give us the Keyshawn situation. That's all I'm saying. Some people are saying James Prince, the manager of Shakur Stevenson, is trying to protect Shakur. I don't know what he would be protecting him from. Shakur doesn't seem to be. Let's just remember, Shakur's the guy that gets touched the least and touched folks the most when it's time for he and they to have a fight. So I don't see what you would be getting protected from. Sounds like some nonsensical stuff to me. And with that being said, I'll be right back. Y'all follow through with Ruthless. That's the name of this track. And once again, this is not AI generated. This is out of the Track Titan house. Let me know what you think. We're planning on putting some new songs together. Last week, you guys found out that the songs are quite different from what they were when we first started bringing them. So just letting you know, the styles can change. Here we go with Ruthless. My boy Yasser might give me some feedback on this one because this sounds like it could be one of those real songs they be jamming over lane. My boy Yasser. Was it Yasser? Y'all know what I call him, no? Hey, I'm gonna be quiet and let this go ahead and roll. Not to be in messing up your pants. Here we go. Well, I guess I'm getting into the part that I'm most interested about, and that is the interview that took place with Andre Ward and Earl the True Spence Jr. or Earl Big Fish Spence Jr. Whichever name you want to give him. Earl Spence is set to make his return to the ring against Tim Zoo. Now, this interview that took place with he and Andre Ward was a pretty good one. I have to put it up there as a great interview. You know, we got some good tidbits, some good gems, some good information out of the interview. One, I'm going to say the Earl Spence, you know, because a lot of people have claimed that Al Heyman, crooked, no good, a thief, you know, all kind of things that you can name a black man that's promoting or not promoting as an advisor. Earl said he had nothing but good things to say about Al. He said Al checked on him when he was in the hospital, came to see him. He said he's met Al more than most fighters. He said Al has also set him up where he's spending money, not his principal money, he's spending money that he's made off of interest, which means that his nest egg is set pretty good. He's learned some things that he didn't realize at first. He's also recognized that if the great man upstairs who holds all the cards had decided to call him home early, that his children would have been in a situation where it would have been a free fall for his money and everything like that. But he has now had time to set up trusts for his children, school trusts and things like that. So his babies and his family is well taken care of. That part is very important, which a lot of people seem to kind of doubt for our black athletes and the people that do black business. Well, there's an example that things are going okay. Now, it was talked about, you know, Earl Spence coming up in the amateurs and how he got started. And he spoke about how he started and the way things was going, how he was always in trouble. You know, he wasn't really a school kid. And I can understand that. You know, one of mine came to me and was like, Dad, I finished school, but school ain't really what I'm trying to do. I'll go and take care of myself in one of these. I'll go learn a trade or something like that, and I'll make it happen. But you got to give me the freedom to be able to do what I need to do. Now, because my baby came to me and kept it real like that, I kept it real with them. And I was like, you know what? We're going to go ahead and do what it is you want to do. I'm going to stand behind you 100%, as long as you go ahead and give me everything you need. Now, Earl spoke about being in the boxing gym and not truly being in love with it when he first started off, how he and his friends, his father got him into boxing because somebody used to walk around with the boxing gloves and, you know, try to get people to put them on so they can put in some work. His dad ended up taking him to a gym and getting Earl in there, and that's where it all started. Earl said he started about 15. He finally fell in love with it. I say about 15 and a half to 16. At 17 years old, he wasn't burned out like the people that started at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those kids, he said, you know, they seem to not love it as much. And you see the differences in the fall-offs. He also started off in the gym with, I believe they said Virgil Ortiz. No, not Virgil Ortiz. Wait, is it Virgil Ortiz? I think it's the one that Floyd fought. I can't remember his first name. The guy that took a loss because he said, you know, what am I going to keep getting beat on for? I can live to see another day, come back and fight some more. That guy. Can't remember his name right off the top. But I believe that is the gym that Earl said that he started at. He also said that, you know, a lot of the guys were promising, but life took him out the way. And to touch on that, also heard Boots say the same thing about a lot of Philly fighters. See, it's a lot of guys that have what it takes, but they don't have that it factor. And life seems to get in the way. Either the streets take them out of the way, family life, you know, girls, a lot of different things that pop up that changes their focus from fist to cuff. The ones that make it are the ones that you got to say, man, it's special about them that they hang in there. Even if they just journeymen, they end up being gatekeepers. But for the champions, the ones that's like that, you got to really take your hat off to them. But Earl was given the fact that, you know, he was not the greatest of school kids. He was always in trouble. He was, well, not always in trouble. He just was always needed something to keep his mind active. He was like, he said he's one of those kind of people that When he get bored, he needs something to do. And his dad, I have to say, I take my hat off to him, saluting. His dad stayed true to the game and tried to find something for his son to do to keep him from one of the number one things that help knock off our black young youth, men, our black boys, and that's the prison system. Great that we were able to keep Earl out of that. And he talked about how when he lost in the Olympics, and then they overturned the fight, and how he went to McDonald's and he just was broken down and he was crying and everything like that. And he came back in. They reset him up. He fought a Russian guy that he had beaten Russia. Ward was trying to pin down where, was it the Pan Am games or something like the Pan Am or something like that. Earl was like, no, he couldn't really remember what it was, but he knew he beat the guy. He ended up losing because he wasn't ready. So he turns pro. Now, the good thing about him turning pro, which I think shows that he has some talent, and that was that Top Rank was courting. Top Rank came after him. He said that he mentioned Jay Prince, but he didn't go into much detail about Jay Prince. The biggest people that he spoke about was Top Rank and Al Heyman, and he said that he chose Al Heyman because of his dad. His dad was a very strong pushing force in the decision that he made and who he made to go with. Now, I seen where he spoke about, he and Derrick James' relationship, which Andre Ward touched on and said, man, to look at you guys and hear you guys talk about each other, it was like y'all was like y'all was family. It was bigger than boxing, which in my opinion, I actually thought the same thing. Earl was calling him coach and saying, Coach James this and Coach James that. And it gave you a sense that these people, these men had gotten some kind of bond that was great. But Earl, he surprised me for sure when he said, yeah, I go to the gym, we work out, I go home. If we have a fight, we're going through what we need to go through. And then, after that, that's that. If I ain't fighting, I ain't talking to you. Which which kind of opens the window or the door for us to kind of peek in and say, well, even though, these guys are talking good about each other, the relationship that you would think should be between a fighter and a trainer was not built as strong as you would say the relationship that you see with Bo McIntyre, Brian McIntyre, and Terrence Crawford, and that crew. Sean Porter, well, I don't really want to use Sean Porter and his dad or Boots and his dad because these are father-son situations. But Virgil Hill and Andre Ward, when you see these fighters that the guy is not blood related, but they seem so close that they could be, though that's what you would expect from fighters and trainers. And I have to say that Earl and Derrick James really fooled the outsiders looking in because they gave us a facade that everything was well and things were beautiful. Even hearing when the Charlo boy was coming over there, and I asked Earl for permission if I can work with he and James, and it gave me the blessings, and this is a family type situation over here and everything. It sounds like after hearing Earl say what he had to say to Andre Ward, things weren't it was more of just business and business only. It wasn't the connection of family. It wasn't a connection like that. And Earl said that his last training camp, he said it was a trash training camp. It wasn't what it was supposed to be. He said the most that they did was hit mitts and maybe the bag. And Derrick didn't, he didn't have any left-hand sparring partners and left-handers, the southpaws for him to work with. He told what was going on inside behind closed doors that we weren't privy to, because we were told it was a good training camp. We were told that things were going smooth. These are the things that were fed to the public. And now in this interview, we're finding out that those things weren't locked down, ironclad tight like we thought they were. My boy Trey X has said, before the fight, I hope he working on some southpaws. Southpaws is what usually give Earl Spence trouble. Terrence Crawford does come out and fight at Southpaw. Those words seem to be ringing real loud right now for me because my co-host, he brought that up. And for Earl to come out and say that these things didn't take place, that the only things was taking place was hitting other mitts and things like that, that's kind of crazy. Now, this fight did take place after the accident, which Earl also alluded to, that a lot of people were had stopped ringing his bell, stopped checking on him. He said Al Heyman was one of the ones that still checked on him. Andre Ward name popped up, and Andre Ward seemed to be a real stand-up guy because he said Andre Ward was checking on him way after the accident was over, where other people had stopped checking on him, which kind of lets you know where your friends are, who's there for the bag and who's there just for the understanding and to make sure that you're all right. Earl Spence was taken through some things to understand what life had thrown at him. He spoke about the accident and how it kind of messed him up, and talked about his drinking and things like that, which he did say that drinking kind of helped him to be social. It kind of opened him up like that, going to the clubs and stuff like that. Just not living a Spartan life, not living the life of a warrior that you would expect a high caliber champion in boxing to be doing. Which also gave you a lot of deeper definition and deeper understanding of what was going on. Some people say he was making excuses. How could you do this when you know this and that? But the man was young, and I'm going to be one of the people to say, hey, when you're young, you do stupid things, you make stupid mistakes, and that's just how it goes. We've seen a lot of athletes, not just him. We've seen a lot of athletes, basketball, football, you name it. They get to making money. They don't have anybody there that's really trying to help anchor them down, because when you're making money and stuff like that, as humble as he might seem to be about his parents and his dad and everything, it might have been some things that was calling him out that mom and dad can't reach you on, but that close friend, that confidant buddy, that voice that's on the outside, that's truly a friend, could be steady hammering at you saying, man, this is not the way. This is not what we should be doing. And sometimes you don't have that, which ends up causing you to make a drastic mistake within life. But rolling back to him not being prepared, it being a trash training camp. He spoke about how he used to work real hard and run miles, spar hard, hit the bag hard, work out real hard, come back the next day and do it again. The mind of a youngster and the way he was thinking, saying that the older cats were trying to let him know, hey, man, you're going to have to work hard, give your body a rest, let yourself really recoup, and then do it again. Working on things that need to be worked on. He gave more information than I believe had been given when it came down to, and I'm building all these things that I'm saying to you guys. It's all going to go into the end of this conversation where they're all tied together. But he also spoke about the great sparring session, or the sparring session that became legendary, which helped push his name higher into the atmosphere, and that was the sparring session with he and Floyd Mayweather. And he spoke about how the guys, Jalen Love and them, and calling, was telling me Floyd over here beating up everybody. You need to come get some of this work. He was like, when should I come? It was like next week. I think he said next week. He's like, next week? Oh, man. But to the point, he ended up showing up. They get in the ring, and I can respect this. I can really respect the way he broke it down without telling what really took place within the sparring, because I like for the guys to let you know, hey, we had some good work. Just like Jerron Boots Ennis did when he said he sparred Canelo. We had good work. I'm not going to go into details. I'm not releasing any tape or anything like that. I might tell you a few things that took place, but I'm not going to tell you what took place. So Earl say they in the ring, the doghouse is going off, people are beating on the table, we in the doghouse. Y'all know, y'all seen the HBO and Showtime special when Floyd be getting ready to fight. Y'all seen everybody around the ring, cut the cameras off. But before they do, y'all see him beating on the edge of the ring, the doghouse style. He said he and Floyd went at it and they did their work. Floyd was punching on the bag and told him, you pretty good for. They bleeped out the word, but we already know that he said that's pretty good for a bitch. And I'm saying it because this YouTube and we're trying to keep it real as possible. Because if it's fact and it's history and it's already out there, what are we beeping the words for? Oh, anyway. So he speaks about how they were talking, and he was like, I don't know who he talking to. Who he talking to? He wasn't for sure who he was talking to because he was like, people just start acting like I ain't him too. Earl had that kind of understanding because he had been moving through the ranks so fast. His name had already, started getting a little buzz. So he says, he tells Floyd that, we can put our stuff back on and get back in and we can turn off the clock. And he said they went at it for about 7 minutes. 7 minutes is the biggest number that I heard him speak. And he said they went about 7 minutes. Floyd went back to, he got out the ring, went back to working out on the bag and everything like that. And in so many words, that started the legendary ascending of Earl Spence Jr. because people were like, oh man, he put in that good work with Floyd. He did this, he did that. You know how people embellish. They get to talking about how great it was. They adding some spice to it. They pumping it up a little more than probably what it should have been pumped up. I'm not taking anything away from Earl, but at the same time, I don't want to take anything away from Floyd. We all know that Floyd was a great fighter. All the way up till it was time for him to get out of the ring. We all know that Earl was a good fighter. And knowing that he was a good fighter, I guess him speaking to Andre helps to nullify the argument if he was a great fighter or a good fighter. Good fighter, yes. Could he have been pushed to the cusp of greatness? Yes. And I'm saying this because now hearing him say the relationship between he and Derrick James wasn't the one that we thought it was. It wasn't the this is blood, this is kin. I got love for this man like that. It wasn't that kind of relationship. And we seem to have found that out by talking to Earl Spence Jr., listening to him speak with Andre Ward, that wasn't the relationship that was there. It was more of a working relationship. Hey, I show up to put in some work. We go ahead and go through what we need to go through. I go out there and fight. I get the victory. Once that victory is over, I won. Doors closed. I'm gone. It wasn't like they was, like Earl was calling Derrick and said, "Hey, coach, what's going on today? What we got? What you want to do? This and that. This and like they weren't. It was like two homes that come together to work. Once the work is done, they both go back to their respective spots, close the door, and the other man is a second thought or afterthought until it's time to go back and make that money together. Those relationships could work, but to me, I think the ones that actually blossom and turn into the champions is the ones where the trainer and the fighter are actually connected at the hip. They see things the same way. They like to do things the same way. They talk to each other on a regular. I just call and check on you and see what you got going on, champ. Oh, nothing, coach. That type of thing. I think that is the type of thing that makes a lot of these fighters great, that we see that ascend to the next level. That is the kind of relationship that they need to have. And by them not having it, we see where it ended up stopping at. We also seen where it ended up letting Earl start to drink. If Derrick, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, I'm just saying now that we have a chance to see or hear what was going on, you would think, hey man, you the coach. Forget anybody else, you the coach. Pull your fighter by his coattail and say, man, drinking is not a thing you're supposed to be doing. We don't need that. That is doing nothing for your body. That's tearing us down. These are the things that should have been being said. But if you don't really truly have love with each other, then you don't see it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all know when I get to going into this type thing, my brother from another mother just showed up, the co-host of Musically Zone Talks Boxing, which we are waiting for he and D-Lo 404 Boxing to put their thing together so we can go and learn some stuff. The man that can call a frog from a whale. I told y'all how he'd get a praying mantis to pull down a mosquito and a butterfly and tell him y'all sit here and listen to this man call this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, Trey X the Great. What's going on, my brother?
Salute, what's going down, bro?
Sitting here just going over the going over the conversation that Andre Ward and Earl Spence had. I'm kind of unpacking what I pulled from it, the things that I've learned by listening to Earl and what he gave. Because we were, a lot of people were under the impression that he and Derrick James had a great relationship, but listening to him talk about it and what boiled down into the last fight, it makes me feel like the relationship wasn't as great as people would have liked to believe. And I think we put a little spice and sugar on it to make it something that it wasn't. And hearing him speak about it tells me a lot, because I'm like, it kind of explains the fact that he could have fell into the situation of drinking. And you have a coach that we work together, I'm getting paid, and that's it. And me saying that right now also brings me to a point where you was like, well, his dad had to pay him to even mess with Derrick James in the beginning. Listening to Earl say the way he was when he was a youngster, a lot of stuff is starting to make a lot of sense to me, which make me say, okay, I can see how things kind of got off track.
Yeah, I mean, looking at shit like that would make me wonder, like, how the fuck they would get on track in the first place. Like, somebody trying to help you go to the next level. You doing a double jab and left hand over and over and over again. And even your dad see that and be like, man, we need a little bit more variety than this. We can't do this shit to the fucking top. We're going to have to bring in somebody that can take it to the next level. And instead of you being grateful and embracing that, you throw a fit. And your father have to actually pay you to work with somebody to get you better. That shit look like a character flaw to me. He look like somebody come across and feel like he know everything and shit. And he don't need no outside help type shit. That's a knock on him for me. It just is what it is. And then it come down to the money situation. You ain't doing right with the money, and the man that got you where you are. Yeah, that shit didn't sit right with me either. You know what I'm saying? But that's how he chose to want to be towards people that's trying to help him and shit like that. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. But shoot, like I was saying, we probably could have missed a lot of pitfalls if the relationship was better. Like I said, I guess as fans, we pushed more to that relationship than what it was, because they worked together. He was always coach this and coach that. And James would say, you never really heard anything sideways, which they kept it professional on that level, which helped make people believe that this is the team. This is the team. And I got to give you some credit because of a watchful eye. You was like, we haven't really seen Earl ascend any higher messing with Derrick James. We haven't really seen anything really get better with him. We've seen things stay pretty much the same, and the work ethic seems to stay the same, but we haven't seen, you know what I'm saying? We haven't seen him grow. And I'm hoping that he through this conversation with Andre Ward, him opening up a lot more in the accident and everything, I'm hoping that he is absorbing more of Ronnie Shields than he did with Derrick James. I'm hoping that he's opened himself up. He's learned his lessons. He's seeing that he got a new chance at things. But he said something that made a lot of sense to me, and that was, I really don't have to fight anymore. I've accumulated enough wealth that my family is good. I got trust set up. I'm not spending my principal. Everything that I'm doing is off of interest, that off of the money that interest is creating. And he's kind of frugal with his money. He say, I don't go around and just buy a whole bunch of stuff. I buy my mama this. I ain't finna buy myself nothing or that because I got this. He seems like he's kind of tight, kind of watches his dollar. So with those things being said, because he said that he was already thinking that way before the fight with Terrence Crawford. So him coming back now against Tim Tszyu could be that I just want to see. I don't want to go out like that with the loss with Terrence Crawford. I want to go out on a high note because listening to him, we might not see too much more of Earl Spence after the Tim Tszyu fight. It's my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, he good with the money and all that kind of shit. So he come across to me like he a money fighter instead of a legacy fighter. Like he got into the game for some financial security, to get a family, be able to take care of his family and all that kind of shit. That's all good. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to being a great fighter, like he seemed not to have the temperament for the shit. Like when it comes to your coach, like even the coach I had, some of the best lessons I learned was on the way to the gym or on the way home. We had a relationship outside of boxing. We'll sit down and watch James Toney and watch different fighters, and he'll show me little things and shit like that. And if I was fucking up, and I'm over there with the dude he was kind of like my boxing sponsor. He would buy shit for me, but like boxing shoes, boxing gear, trunks, and all kind of shit. If I go out of town, he'll give me some spending money while I'm out there and stuff like that. But he was a street dude though. You know what I'm saying? Like he made money fighting dogs. And he'd be over there smoking weed and all this shit. I'll go over there and hit the weed. My coach felt like he could come to me and tell me, you don't need to be over there doing that shit, man. You fucking off your gifts. You know what I'm saying? If you over there doing drugs, smoking weed, and all that kind of shit, you fucking your gifts off, man. And we had the type of relationship that he can come to me and talk to me about these things. If I'm like Earl Spence and I'm only fucking with you when I'm at the gym, we ain't got that relationship, then I start drinking and fucking up, my coach might not even feel like he can come talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just a strictly business relationship. And we just gonna go from there. And that's not the optimum situation to be great in the ring. I'm pretty sure Terrence Crawford and Bo Mack and all them coaches, if Terrence Crawford was messing up some kind of way, they could sit down and talk to him. Because he ain't got that personality like he above the program and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that I got to hold against Earl a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like he should have had that relationship with Derrick James, because Derrick James done been a fighter. He done been a pro fighter. He done been around the block. He a pretty good coach. I mean, he done took him to the level that he was on. He a guy that you want to sit down and listen to, and not just at the gym, outside the gym. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, because when I was I'm always honest. But listening to Andre Ward talk, he kind of messed me up when he said he was born in '84. I was like, dang, made me feel a little old. But he made a point. Back in the day, being an athlete, you kind of had reference for your coach, which means you had a little fear for him. When you was around coach was the second next thing to Pops. When coach said something, you pretty much had a little fear about it. You did it. You wasn't no arguing with him or anything like that. Coach pretty much knew best. You're going to go ahead and follow that routine that he wants you to do, and it won't be nothing said about it. Nowadays, these athletes, they don't have respect or reference for their coaches. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know everything. I can do this. I can do that. They so hell bent. Oh, I'm so talented. I don't have to listen to anybody. And for a lot of them, I feel like that's going to knock them clean off their square. Because if you don't have to listen to nobody, then how you going to make it? How you going to learn the life lessons that need to be taught? Some of this stuff you need to be told about, and you got to have the wherewithal to be able to listen and to enact it in life. I was going on the same thing. I was like, man, their relationship, to me, it should have been a lot better than what it was. His coach should have been able to go to him and be like, bro, what's this with this drinking stuff? What do you call yourself doing? This is not the life that we live in. But should have been some alarms rang already, because he had already said that he didn't really, he wasn't really feeling Derrick James from the get-go. And maybe they should have went on and tried to find something about somebody else that he would have been feeling, because making him, paying him to go and deal with him is almost like you made him do it. Something that he wasn't really open to, which in the long run, hindsight is 2020. Look how the relationship ended up being. It never really grew into anything.
Yeah, but Earl got a different dynamic from most fighters, though. Most fighters come from generational poverty, and a lot of them come from broken homes, and they didn't come up with their fathers. So when you got this guy on the outside of the family that's taking the time and investing in you, investing time, investing money, and all kind of shit, it make you grateful. It make you feel good that somebody is taking this time out to do these things for you, making your life better, giving you a safe haven away from the streets so you can do something productive with your life. And it just gives you a reference for them. But him, he a suburban kid. He grew up in DeSoto. He got his father and shit. He don't need Derrick James to be like a surrogate father for him, like a lot of trainers do for fighters. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of like a spoiled suburban kid. That's what I look at. That's what I see when I look at him. And the most successful fighters most of the time are them guys that come out the ghetto, come from generational poverty. And they just got different obstacles that they didn't have to overcome in their life. And he ain't had them obstacles. So he looking at shit a little bit different than your average fighter. And like, yeah, he good with the money and all that shit. I want to make this point earlier. But when you slam your face into the motherfucking concrete driving your goddamn car, yeah, that is gonna put some things in perspective. That's gonna make you get your ass up and move out and go get your ranch somewhere with some animals and shit, and you can sit out there with your family because you really can't trust yourself to be in the city to do the right thing. You known around Dallas as the town drunk and all this old type of shit. And it ain't like you got all these fucking demons and shit that you're dealing with. Like some fighters that come from generational poverty. That's why they fall into them type of traps, drinking and all that kind of shit to escape the reality. But nigga, you got the world at your feet. You come from a good family. You come from a good town. DeSoto is a great place to live. You over there doing your thing. You done got into boxing late, and you done went to the top of the game in the amateurs and went to the top of the game in the pros and shit. What fucking demons are you living with? You just out there doing dumb shit and want to impress the wrong people. You out there want to dress like these niggas, act like these niggas, drink like these niggas. Next thing you know, you slam your face into the concrete, and now you're more conscious of where your money goes because you know this shit ain't gonna be here forever. You went and had that car wreck, nigga. You done knocked a decade off your motherfucking career. So yeah, you gonna look at this shit and be like, yeah, man, I better protect this money because I don't know how long I can get it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm supposed to applaud you for that though. Like now, nigga, if you was a solid nigga from the start with your coach, a solid nigga with your lifestyle, confident in yourself to where you ain't got to impress these niggas or be uh you know manipulate able to be manipulated or easily influenced and all that kind of shit. Want to be around rappers, Yellow Beezy and all this type of shit. If you was the most solid nigga, you would be in a way better position than what you are right now. You might have had enough to maybe even beat Terrence Crawford in the motherfucking fight. Ain't no telling. You know what I'm saying? But you sold yourself short. And now you doing your thing now, trying to get your fight with Tim Zoo and all that shit. That's cool. But at the same time, you know, this a lot of this shit is just reflectionary. Not yeah, reflectionary. I guess that's a word I'm gonna make up if it ain't a word of what you did to yourself, and you don't get no apply from me for that.
Okay. Well, salute Gil Coles. He say OG Trey X just leaving the gym for this week's Champ Ross. Oh, just to let you know, it was some sound bites and some stuff said last week. You know, you weren't here to defend yourself. You know, but it was some stuff being said. I ain't gonna say Gil Cole's name was saying it, but you know, it was some stuff being said about you being on what you call it, concussion protocol and all that kind of stuff from y'all last outing.
Yeah, I gave the shit to Gil Coles, man, because my the experience been beating my pedigree scale. So I went against my pedigree scale when me and him went against each other, and that shit locked up like a bag of dope in this motherfucker. I'm talking about I gave up 44 fucking points going against my goddamn scale. I was supposed to get first place that week if I just would have stuck to the basics and just went with my scale and shit. That shit had me pissed the fuck off. But I couldn't come last week though, man, because the action was just too good and shit, man. I had to go get my money on. I'm not gonna be able to come every single week. I'm gonna come as much as I can, you know what I'm saying? But I can't come every time. You know, I
Oh
got to
shoot,
make a
I had
living.
already told him you was probably somewhere taking somebody's money. I understand. I know how it go.
Yeah, I got some bad news though, man. One of my the best customers that I had, his name was Rana. He from India. I always see him. I'm not gonna stay my brother and all that kind of stuff. When I first meet him, I say, Kaya English both they head. He said, yeah, my brother, I speak English. That's what I asked him. Do you speak English and Hindi? And he was like, yes,
Okay.
my brother. Yeah, he real cool, but he's not a good poker player. Well, he a beginner. He was actually improving, but he done lost a bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? And he was one of the guys that kept my win rate up pretty good. I could always count on going to beat him. But like his family own a hotel, because that's what a lot of Indians do. Like they come to the United States, they pool their money wherever they get it from, put it into a hotel. The family works as a staff, so you ain't got to pay no staff. They got a place to live because they can live in the hotel, and then they try to build up some wealth and shit. So that's what his family was doing. So when he comes to the game, with money. We thinking he got money. We thinking his family, got money, but he ain't really got this money that we think that he got. And he done stole $20,000 from his family's hotel and shit. So he on the run. And his
No.
family been coming looking for him and shit. And that's how I know the information that I know, because his brothers told us. But that's one of my best customers that's not at the table. And then the chair that he normally occupies is being occupied by a better player. So that's reducing my win rate a little bit, because I ain't got Rana to fill up on. You know what I'm saying? So that shit sucks. I've been kind of mad about that a little bit, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Damn. That's a hell of a note right there you just dropped on me. I'm sorry that him and his family going through that. I hope he can get himself together and get over with, because a situation like that can get you unalive, and not by your family. You can end up going to another city and doing something dumb, putting yourself in a situation you can't get out of.
Yeah, his family didn't go to the police on him though. They just looking for him themselves. And man, I hate that. And I'm so fucked up. I should be thinking like you. Like, man, I hope you get the help you need. He seemed to be addicted to gambling and shit. I hope he, get back on his feet. I'm over here thinking, I wish his ass was back at the table, nigga, so I could get this money. I want his ass. I want him sitting at that table with a chip in a chair. That's what I want. But yeah, Ronnie cool though, man. I hate that he going through that shit. He a nice guy. I actually took up for him one night because this one dude was bullying him and shit, talking real mean to him. And Ronnie is just a nice guy, bro. He's not gonna say nothing aggressive to nobody. As a matter of fact, when he was getting bullied, he was kind of just laughing and smiling and shit. And that pissed me off, because I'm like, why are you bullying one of the best producers in the game? A motherfucker that's bringing thousands of dollars to the game, and you bullying him. And on top of that, he talking across me to talk to him. Like, come on, man. I'm not about to sit up here and listen to this stupid ass shit all night. Now, the only reason, this is what I told this dude named Scott. I said, the only reason you talking like this is because you taking his kindness for a weakness. You know what I'm saying? You know good and well you wouldn't be talking to nobody else like that. And you ain't gonna keep talking across me, because we can go outside and have us some mutual combat. And I'll whoop your ass all over this motherfucking parking lot. He tried to laugh it off and try to make a joke out of it and all that kind of shit, but I was square business. You know what I'm saying? I like Ron. Shit, he brings money to the game. Why wouldn't you like him? A bad player that brings money to the game. This is the dude that you want to talk reckless to and run him off. Like, nah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real hustler, nigga. I don't know what kind of shit they own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He said you can go out there in the parking lot and get some mutual combat in, motherfucker. Hold on. What's up, my people? Coming from Rod X is in the building. What's going on, Rod X?
Champ, what's up, man? We got Gil Coles on VADA testing. He has been summoned for some VADA testing in this motherfucker, because he done went from the 30s to the top 5 in the Champ Ross, and we don't understand that type of meteoric rise that this motherfucker's on right now. So we're gonna have to get to the bottom of this. I won't be surprised if we find some clenbuterol or some shit off in the system. But yeah, we need an explanation.
Hey, he might have just locked down. You know what? I'm gonna keep my ass out of that. I got to pass my own that I got to deal with every time. It seems like that conversation come up and kind of turn toward me. So I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone and go to hip hop number 1318. He say, "Salute, man. Listening in."
Hell no. That's hip hop number 1. What's up, bro?
What?
I don't give a fuck what the numbers say. That's hip hop number 1.
Hip hop number 1. He say, "Salute, man. Listening in tonight. I do most weeks. Hope both of you are doing good, man. I appreciate that. I'm doing great."
Oh yeah, I'm good as a government check, man. Can't complain. What's going on?
That's good because you know those motherfuckers don't bounce.
Oh yeah, you know it's gonna cash. Yeah,
that's one check that you know won't bounce. Boy, that's a great ass statement. I like that. Let me put that into my mental Rolodex and throw that into a verse. I appreciate that, Trey X. When you hear it, say, I know where he got that from.
Yeah, I got it. It ain't come from me though. I got that from my dad, and he probably got it from somebody else.
That's okay. I first heard it from you. So that's the props I get. Now, if you give props down the road to somebody else, that's cool. Just like with the complexion for protection. I got that from my big brother. You know, I put it on YouTube. They start running with it. And I say that all the time because they hadn't said it before I put it on somebody's chat. Anyway, he said, I'm not looking forward to picking the winner for the Spence fight in the Champ Ross champ. Laughing out loud.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be tough. It's because you got this guy coming off a layoff. He definitely got more pedigree and shit. He probably got the more talent than Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu been kind of on the low a little bit ever since he done got knocked out by Bakker Murtalazev and he lost his belts to Sebastian Fundora. He don't look like he riding on the same level. And then even when he was on at his best, he showed some vulnerability. Like when he fought Terrell Gausha and got dropped in the first round. He got up to win the fight and shit like that, but we still was seeing some limitations with Tim Tszyu. But he been active though. He the one that's been in the fire doing his thing and shit. You know what I'm saying? And plus they fighting in Australia. The Tszyus as a whole, Tim Tszyu, Kasa Tszyu, and Nikita Tszyu, they all undefeated in Australia. And that crowd is gonna be rocking down there. It's a different time zone and all that kind of shit that you got to get adjusted to. Earl has fought abroad a lot as an amateur and shit, so he ain't no stranger to going to different countries and beating people in their backyard. So it is like a tricky situation because you got a lot of variables on both sides that you got to consider. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Not to mention, you know, I can see how it can be a hard pick for you. The only thing that I would say that you can kind of take, that you can kind of use as a plus is the Fundora fights. Fundora gonna be a hard outing for anybody. He's gonna be a hard outing for anybody. Move that out of Tim Tszyu's way. He ain't chucking along too bad. What, he got the knockout from the other guy. Earl got stopped by Crawford, and Crawford damn near retired him.
But Tim Tszyu been stopped twice though. He had 2 fights from Fundora. First time he lost by decision, then he got stopped in a rematch, and then he got hit with a left hook from Bakker Murtalazev. Factory reset on his motherfucking ass, had him out there strained up. I mean, he done took some devastating shit, and then he the type of guy that prides himself on being tough. So like when he had the first Sebastian Fundora fight, he really should have been pulled out of that fight, man. He had blood all over the place. It was going in his eyes. He couldn't see. He was fucked up, man. If he had a good corner, his corner would have said, nah, fuck that. We going to the cards. You know what I'm saying? Because he was up early in the fight and shit, too. So he probably could have got a decision, or we need a no contest. We need something, man. I'm not going to let my guy sit out there like this. But he want to show the world he's so tough. And he's just a man. And he just went through it anyway. You know what I'm saying? And kudos for him for that, I guess. But once you break that, like you got somebody that prides themselves on their toughness, and now he done got knocked out twice. How can he feel like he tough like he used to be? He done got stopped twice. And then like I'm looking at his fight like when he had against the guy that we said Charlo might should fight. You know what I'm saying? He was 90-10 as an amateur. He was a national champion. Joey Spencer. He won the fight. He stopped Joey Spencer. But when I look at Tim Tszyu, I just don't quite see the same guy. I don't think his confidence is where it used to be. So it's gonna be tough for him, you know what I'm saying? And Earl ain't fought in 3 years.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is he gonna be looking like? And he got a new coach and all that type of shit now. It's a lot of variables, man. It's a tough one to pick.
Yeah, it is. For me, it's almost as hard as picking Xander and Boots.
You know what? I've been thinking about that fight. I got to go with Boots.
You going with Boots?
Yeah. This fight remind me of damn, I can't never think of this fucking Cuban name with the bolo punch, man. Sugar Ray Robinson versus the damn Cuban fighter, y'all. Y'all know the one with the bolo punch. He was a champion at welterweight. He fought Sugar Ray Robinson twice, and Sugar Ray Robinson beat him by decision both times. I can't think of his name right now, man. But it's your classic beat your ass fighter going against a classy boxer that like to box you on the outside for the most part. And I'm seeing that beat your ass type of style is good for them type of fighters to at least win by decision. And that's what this matchup reminds me of, man. It reminds me of that Sugar Ray Robinson fight because him and Boots Ennis remind me of each other a lot. People think of Sugar Ray Robinson and they think of a guy that like to box shit and like to outclass you and shit like that. But Sugar Ray Robinson wanted to beat your motherfucking ass. Like, he the only person to stop Jake LaMotta. You know what I'm saying? He stopped him in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. He was in the 100 knockout club. He was knocking folks dead, man. He could knock you out going forward. He could knock you out going backwards. He could knock you out with both hands. I'm talking about he can hit you with the right hand to get you up out of there, or he can come back with the left hook and get you up out of there. You know what I'm saying? He was just a special beat the brakes off a motherfucker. I'm talking about Sugar Ray Robinson to hit you with 4-5 left hooks in a row. And Boots is like that. Boots is gonna put something mean on you, man. That's what he coming in there to do. So when I look at that type of matchup, man, I think I got to go with the Sugar Ray Robinson type of fighter. In Xander's eyes, he definitely remind me of that Cuban. I can't think of his name. Kid Gavilan. I don't know if somebody said it in the chat or not because I ain't seeing the chat. But Kid Gavilan is the guy that I'm talking about. And Xander's eyes reminds me of Kid Gavilan. So to me, I got Sugar Ray Robinson versus Kid Gavilan type of matchup. Give me Sugar Ray Robinson. I'm taking
Bro. I would turn my camera on real quick because I got to show you. I was just going to tell you that name. Let me show you so you don't think I'm booing you. There you go, right there.
Yeah, that's him. What, you looked up the bolo punch?
I wanted to see bolo punch against Sugar Ray Robinson, so I'll make sure I give you the right name. And damn it, you said it before.
Yeah, I think you went on mute. You went on mute.
Oh shoot. I'll be over here putting in some work. I don't want you to be thinking that I'm just over here holding the mic looking handsome, because that ain't what I'm doing. I'm actually putting in some work around here.
Yeah.
Rod X said headbutt messed up what Tim's legacy could have been. What headbutt was that? You mean the elbow? Because
that was the elbow.
That was the elbow that caught him in that Fundora fight. He ended up running into an elbow, not a headbutt, sir. But I can see where you're going with that. Hip Hop Number One say Tim not the smartest fighter. He takes a lot of punches, but yeah, Earl layoff is long as hell. We need to see how he look on the scale. We'll pick him to win this bout still, despite all that. I don't know, man. Well, how can I put it? Because, now that you're looking at the two guys that are getting ready to face each other, the only thing Tim really has to be fighting hard for is the family legacy. His dad was a great fighter, legendary and this and that. You're trying to get away from up on your dad's shadow and come out. But it wasn't like he was struggling and had to go through stuff. So they both kind of like what you said, Trey, born into a little money. Their life was pretty decent. Boxing isn't something that they really had to go through. So, with that being said, I don't know, man. I still haven't picked because I don't really know if I want to go with Earl. I don't really know if I want to go with Tim, because as you said, Tim has been the more active of the two. Even though he's taken some losses, he's still been getting in there. he's still been going through it. He's been up under the lights. He's been going through what you have to go through with these battles and fighting other fighters. Earl has been on a hiatus for 3 years. He has, he say he been working out. He say he stopped drinking. He say all these things that he's done, which, I have no reason to doubt that he has. But what has the workouts been looking like? How long did it take him before he got with Ronnie Shields? Who was working with him prior to Ronnie Shields? The man said he was taking vacations and doing stuff. When they had the situation with him and Derrick James, he was just living life. So when did he pick up the gauntlet and decide, it's time for me to start working again and doing what I need to do? I think that's going to play a big role in it too. Because once again, Tim's been active, and we don't know when Earl's activity picked up or not. Because he did mention trying to hit the bags, everything hurting, so he stopped. How long did you stop? Was it a year and a half? Was it just a few months ago before you got back started? Those are the questions that's going to come into play that we're not going to get answers to until it's actually time to fight.
And then at the same time, we consider your prime to be 24 to 34. Once you start getting outside of 34, you're outside your prime. He like 36 now. And then on top of that, he probably knocked some years off of his prime with the car wreck and shit. So I don't know what version of Earl Spence that we're going to get going into this fight. You know what I'm saying? It was something else that I wanted to say. Oh, yeah. One of the best things that Tim Tszyu got going, though, is the guys that beat him probably beat Earl. Sebastian Fundora is tough to beat that motherfucker, man, at 154. He might beat Earl. He ain't got that one-punch knockout power like the Latino fighter that knocked out Fundora. And plus, I don't know if he got his chin either, man. That's one of the toughest fighters in all of boxing. He can just wade through the waters and just hang in there with you and catch you with something because he can trust his chin. He ain't going nowhere. And plus, he got power to knock you out with one shot. Earl ain't really like that. So I think in Southpaw versus Southpaw, I think that'll be tough for him to beat Fundora. He already struggled with Southpaws. Now you got a Southpaw that's 6'5" or whatever the fuck he is. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be tough.
8-inch arm reach.
All this crazy shit, man.
You had a hell of a time dealing with that 70, Crawford 74?
Yeah.
You had a hard time dealing with that. So you put 6 inches on that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. And then Bakram Murtalazeev, that'll be tough for Earl too. Now I know Bakram Murtalazeev, he lost to Josh Kelly out the UK. But Josh Kelly is a slick and smooth, silky boxer, you know what I'm saying? He's an Olympian and shit just like Earl, but so he got the pedigree, he got the talent, but he just got a different style, man. He just real smooth out there with his boxing. Earl is a bring the fight to you, bring the war to you type of guy. He's stepping straight to you. That's just the way he fight. He's not using a bunch of angle or nothing like that. He really coming in there to come break you down and get you up out of there. And that's a style that'll probably be tailor-made for Bakram Murtalazeev. Like when Tim Tszyu stepped to him, he was able to hit him with the counter left hook and shit like that. And if you got somebody coming to him like Earl, he probably killed Earl with the left hook too. And if he hit him with the left hook, it's going to be problems. Murtalazeev can really punch in there. You know what I'm saying? So even though Tim Tszyu took these losses, I can't just hold it all the way against him because I'm not sure if Earl could beat those guys. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I do. And something that I heard Earl say, hold on. La Dita slid in the building. She's screaming out MZ, putting the crowns on. My boy say Mendoza. Rod X was giving you the name.
Yeah. Daniel Mendoza, I think his name is.
Hip Hop #1 said Brian Mendoza.
Brian Mendoza. Yeah, who the fuck is Daniel Mendoza? Oh, Daniel Mendoza is the bare knuckle fighter that fought at middleweight back in the day. He used to be beating people much bigger than him and shit. He was the Jewish fighter. As a matter of fact, him and this guy Richard Humphreys, they the ones that brought the racism into the boxing promotion on the scene when they highlighted the Jewish background of Daniel Mendoza. And I can't remember the background of Richard Humphreys, but they had some contrasting backgrounds that they used to promote the fight and shit. That's who that is.
Lala says she cooking but listening, making curry, fish, rice, and plantain. And I only have cucumber and onion for salad. But that's a pretty light salad. You got the red onions, because red onions go hella good with salad. But Dang, kind of made me forget what I was gonna say. Got me talking about salad. Uh, damn, it has something to do with Earl and Tim. Oh, not to mention, Earl last fight was against the left-handed guy, which he said yellow. Unfortunately, okay. Dang, you should have those red ones, man. Those red ones go hard. He said this part really kind of pulled me into listening. He said that his last training camp was trash. I think trash was the word he used. He said they didn't have any sparring partners. He didn't do any sparring. Didn't have any left, so he didn't face a left-hander. And I remember you harping on the fact that Bud was a left-hander and Earl had problems with left-handed fighters because he hasn't had that many fights with left-handers. I think you said, I think the number was 3. I think Crawford was the third one.
He fought that one African guy early and got hurt by him.
The one that rocked him.
Yeah, and then they pretty much kept him away from southpaws, but he fought against Chris Van Heerden, who was a switch hitter, so he did show him some left-handed looks, and he actually backed Earl up in the 5th and the 6th round with the southpaw stance and the aggression behind it, so that made me think Earl might have been a little vulnerable to that style, you know what I'm saying? But officially, he had only fought one like southpaw on BoxRec, and then Terrence Crawford was the second southpaw, but he did fight a switch hitter in between.
Okay, so yeah, it's a lot of variables that's going play in that fight of who you think gonna win. On paper, I'm gonna just be honest. On paper, with what weighs against what, Tim Tszyu holds the edge of being the fighter that might pull off the win, even though he has actively 2 losses. But the long layoff for Earl, the way he lost to Bud, the new trainer, like I said, we don't know when exactly he got with the trainer. We don't know how hard he was training before he got with the trainer. All those things are gonna play in for me. And if I had to look at it in a lean type situation, the odds for me lean more toward Tim Tszyu than Earl. And y'all know I like Earl. But I can't I don't want to make a decision that's a hardbound decision. I want to make a well-informed decision where I use the old noodle. And right now, the old noodle saying that Earl might be in a hard, tough fight. Now his name is still ringing. His name. We'll find out what his name does once the ticket sales really go into effect, and we see how this money start rolling. But like you said, he going to Australia. The Zoos are undefeated there. The crowd gonna be 9 times out of 10. The crowd gonna be off the chain. This is a chance for Tim to clear the air, and it's got a name attached to it that he can clear the air with, and that's Earl Spence Jr.
Yeah, those are some variables, but Earl is definitely the most talented guy between the two of them. I mean, I think anyway. I mean, he's not overly fast, anything like that, but the way he put his punches together, I think he's more talented than Tim Tszyu. He is off a 3-year layoff, but if anybody know how to navigate off a layoff, it should be him, because he's steady putting us in these positions. That's one reason why the fight is difficult to predict, because we done got burned off the layoff so many times, so we kind of scared to take a motherfucker coming off a 3-year layoff. But like I said, he got experience with it, and I have seen that fighters coming off of knockout losses, the layoff seem to help them. Instead of just throwing them right back up in there, let the motherfuckers come off a little layoff, get their mind together, get their body together, get their resolve together, and they come back and perform a little better than what was expected. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just questioning the hunger. Him talking about the money and shit like that, I mean, that's good for a fighter, to be fiscally responsible and put yourself in a position where you ain't hurting for money. But I'm just wondering, are you a legacy fighter? Are you a money fighter or a legacy fighter? The way I look at you move, you're looking like a money fighter. You just worried about that bank account. You don't really care about the other shit too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'd move like a businessman. Like some of the fight, like the Mikey Garcia fight, for example. That ain't no legacy fight. You know what I'm saying? That's a fight where you're trying to get your money on. And this is the prize fighting business. You know what I'm saying? So I understand. But when it comes to legacy versus money fighters, I usually lean towards the legacy fighters. And if I compare him and Tim Tszyu, I think Tim Tszyu more of a legacy guy. I don't really look at him as a money fighter. You know what I'm saying? He done called out a bunch of fighters. He done tried to get the smoke. He done tried to get his fight on. If he was a money fighter, I think he would have pulled out the Sebastian Fundora fight, the first fight when he was bloody. He's staying in there like he really give a fuck about his legacy and how people view him. So just looking at that situation, I might have to lean towards Tim Tszyu. I want to take Earl, but I might have to lean towards Tim Tszyu, man.
Because Tim is, like I said, he's trying to fight to get away from up under his dad's shadow and make his own name ring. You know, that's the son of Costa Tszyu type thing. No, I'm Tim Tszyu. Yeah, my dad was great, but I'm great too. That's to me, that's what he's fighting for. And that's the wall that Earl got to overcome, because he did mention it when they were facing each other. He was like, "You're not your dad. You know, you're not your dad," which lets me know that Earl is aware that this dude could be dangerous just for the simple fact he's fighting to get away from up under his dad's name. And yes, Rod X, they are fighting in Australia. My boy Hip Hop Number One said, "I need to be a fly on the wall in Earl's training camp to have a bet on that fight." Laughing, he said, "I still got to side with him, but that's far too long out the ring."
Well, another thing that's been on my mind, 154 held one of the greatest redemption fights in boxing history. Like when Roberto Duran, when he had No Mas against Sugar Ray Leonard and shit. You know, he won the first fight, No Mas in the second fight. So then he moved up to 154 and he fought Davey Moore and he beat Davey Moore. And that's what got him all his fans back. They got his mojo back. They got his career back on track. They was having parades when he pulled up at the airport in Panama. They was barren at first. Like they was packed when he beat Sugar Ray Leonard the first time. Then when he No Mas, it was a ghost town when he pulled up to the airport. But now he having parades and shit again. You know what I'm saying? And this took place at 154. Tim Tszyu, he done got knocked down some steps and shit like that. And now he got Earl Spence coming into town. I hope Earl Spence don't end up being his version of Davey Moore, the guy that he beats and gets everything rolling again and puts him in favor with the fans in Australia and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? It could be history repeating itself.
That's the way to look at it. It's that with Earl, it's just so many factors that you gotta go over in your mind. You gotta go over before you make the decision. That's all I can see about it. The decisions and the things that you got to go over your mind with Tim Tszyu. To me, they don't ring as loud. They ring strongly. You know, that little piece of history you just gave us with Roberto Duran rings good on the side of Tim Tszyu. Yeah, he took a loss against Fundora. You couldn't really take nothing from him on the first loss because of, you know, the bloody face and everything. The second loss, people can kind of lean on him a little bit because they say he didn't come out to finish the fight. He stopped on the stool. Then you get knocked out. You know, the only loss Earl Spence has faced is with Terrence Bud Crawford. Some people might be looking at it, willing to say, you know, he did have an accident, you know, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that, whatever. But this is the guy who, one, don't believe in tune-ups. You know, he comes straight back into the ring, going straight into the hard guy. He's never had a fight where you were disappointed. The only fight that one can say that you were disappointed in that he had was the one against Crawford, which he lost, which he looked not as good as, you know, one would think. And here, if he's telling the truth about the way training camp went and all that stuff, that could kind of apply a big brush with larger strokes to that picture. Like you said, if he hadn't been doing what he should have been doing and on point, we might have seen a much better fight with he and Terrence Crawford. I'm not going to go on the ledge and say he could have beat him. He would have beat him. I'm going to say we would have seen probably a much better showing out of those two. So
now, when it comes to the car wreck, I do think the car wreck, if he didn't go through all of that, he could have potentially looked a little bit better. But all that shit he talking about, the training camp with trash and all that kind of shit, bro, that I'm not trying to hear that. You are a veteran in this motherfucking sport. You ain't no damn novice to where you don't know what you need going into a fight. Now, it's very convenient for you to say that shit right now. You're basically making excuses. You know what I'm saying? And now, when I look at you in the ring, it ain't like I see a lot of range in your style. You look the same pretty much from fight to fight, except for a few fights. Like when he fought against Mikey Garcia, he boxed him on the outside. When he fought against Danny Garcia, he boxed him on the outside. But for the most part, you fight the way you fight. You working behind your jabs to get on the inside. You want to throw the looping left hand. You want to rip hard body shots on your opponents, and you want to break them down. You know what I'm saying? That's what I see from you. And if a motherfucker sit down and watch your tape, they gonna get a whole bunch out of your tape. Like you can't watch Terrence Crawford tape. If you gonna pull out some motherfucking Thomas Delorme or something like that, you can't watch that because he gonna come out looking totally different. He an octopus. He a fucking chameleon. He knows how to adapt. He brings custom game plans. He fights differently pretty much every time you see him fight. You know what I'm saying? Like the shots he was hitting Earl with. When the last time you saw him do a 2-1 combination before the Earl fight? When he hit Earl with the counter right uppercut and all that kind of shit. We done seen him fight some southpaws in the past, like when he fought that guy at 140 that I think he was a Cuban fighter, one of his best fights that he had. The one where he was sunning the dude and patting him on top of his head and laughing at him and shit. And the referee was like, man, stop that shit, man. Just fight the motherfucker. I can't remember who that was. Felix Diaz. Like, if you look at that fight against the southpaw, he wasn't doing the same thing in that fight that he did against Earl. And Earl is a southpaw. This dude is just so complex with his range that you can't really get a lot from tape. But Earl is the opposite. You look at him fight, you know exactly what he's coming with. You know what I'm saying? Except for 2 fights. Mikey Garcia, Danny Garcia. Outside of that, you know what he coming with. So he ain't got that variety and shit. You know what I'm saying? So he is what he is. So I think he just made an excuse and tried to lay everything on his coach, on Derrick James, to why he didn't perform up to the level that a lot of us expected him to.
True. I'll give you that. But on the same note, it goes back to the fact, like you said, hey, you got to do that. You had to pay to take the training. You had to pay to take the training. Why? Because he grew up not hurting like most fighters. You know, fighting wasn't the way for him to escape a bad situation. You know, all those things to me play a good role in it, play a hell of a role in it. Which brings me full circle back to him and Zoo. Both of y'all came from households that were solid, from what I understand. You know, we know for sure Earl came from a household that was solid because mom and dad still around. You know, he was just talking about mom talking about coming down there, checking on him in the training camp, make sure everything is everything, and her baby ain't getting hurt. Most fighters ain't got that. Hell, Crawford's mama was paying people to beat him up so she can see how tough he was. Tim Zoo, I don't know what his relationship is with his pops and how things are with him, but I know for a fact if Pops had money, Tim didn't grow up biting on he wasn't eating noodles. I guess that's the poorest thing you can say for these kids of today. He wasn't eating noodles.
Yeah. It's good to face some adversity coming up, man. You be watching them live, not the whole live stream, but like, do you see them shorts and shit with Adrian Broner and that Dean, the great dude?
Yeah, I have noticed that. And who was it that made a comment about it? It was Baby World Beater. Baby World Beater said to was it Andre Ward? He was talking to Andre Ward. He was like, nobody gonna stop AB from drinking, but I'm happy to see that AB has found kind of a niche for him to still make money, be entertaining. You know, sometimes it'd be a little cringeworthy, but you can see that he kind of found a happy spot.
Yeah, and I also see some potential for what I said a long time ago.
Him being a
I thought that he would be a good coach
there it is.
because
I've seen that.
the people gravitate to him and shit. The young kids like him. You know, they'll idolize him as a coach. They gonna listen to everything that he say and hang on to every word. You know what I'm saying? But what stand out to me is when they in the gym and Dean the Great is doing something. You know what I'm saying? Like he working on the bags or something like that, or they doing push-ups or sit-ups or whatever. And like Adrian Broner put a number out there, like I want you to do this for a round, or I want you to do this many reps, or whatever the case may be. And when Dean stopped, Broner be like, man, you soft as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just that background. Like you got to be willing to overcome hard times and obstacles. You don't stop. You know what I'm saying? Like that come from that type of background, man, that generationally impoverished background to where I'm gonna go through whatever I gotta go through to get where I'm trying to go. If you grow up in the fucking suburbs in DeSoto and every time you step outside, the sun shining, it's pretty, butterflies is flickering, you got these birds and shit, they singing pretty songs, you sniff in the air and all you smell is barbecue and everything is just great. What the fuck are you fighting to get away from? You know what I'm saying? That's where spoiled people come from. Most spoiled people don't come from the ghetto. And Earl got a little bit of spoiledness in him. That's just what I seen. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is on that.
Did you say sniffing the air and smelling barbecue?
Yeah, every time. And you know the reason I say that is because whenever I went to the Soto and all them areas and shit, I always smelled barbecue every single time I was outside. You know
So
what I'm saying?
everybody just got grills going, they grill masses and just, man, nah, I feel what you're saying, but I'm trying to think, has there ever been a time in my life that I'm like just somewhere where I'm like, dang, it's just Q burning all the time? No, I ain't never had that.
Yeah, I swear it'd be barbecue and shit. It smell good, man. It just make you feel like you in one of the best places to live in the United States type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That now I can feel that. I can feel that good feeling of being somewhere where you're like, man, this is just nice. This is just nice. I've seen some spots like that where I'm like, you know what, this is pretty nice right here. This is pretty nice.
Oh yeah, something else too on that Adrian Broner situation. I think it's very, very interesting that like we hearing all of these stories and reports and seeing videos and shit of what's taking place in Mayweather's life. So where it looked like he might be descending a little bit as far as his financial status and all that type of shit. They talking about he's selling cars and selling jewelry and all this type of shit. And then on the flip side, we see Adrian Broner making a resurgence. And he making a resurgence in a way that Mayweather can't. Because he ain't got Broner's personality. He ain't funny like Broner. He ain't witty like Broner, like quick wittiness. He ain't got none of that shit. And like if he was, let's say Mayweather started streaming, that shit would flop like a motherfucker. He can't even say his normal stick. He can't come in there and say, well, you know, I made good investments. And ain't nobody trying to hear that shit right now, nigga. And it look like you're doing bad financially. You know what I'm saying? You ain't funny. You ain't got none of that shit. But Broner is funny. He is somebody that attracts the young people. He engaging for the young people. You know what I'm saying? Some of the shit, like you said, is cringeworthy. And I would like to see the motherfucker stop drinking and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But that don't stop the fact that the motherfucker got a personality that's getting him paid in streaming. You know what I'm saying? And it look like he doing all right compared to how he was doing before. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And not to mention, if Floyd was to go into something like that, you have to go ahead and be real. Nobody really liked Floyd when it came to him talking anyway. Nobody. The only thing they wanted to see Floyd do was get in the ring, win or lose. They really didn't care about the other part of him because he talked about his money too much. I heard so many people be turned off about that. You know, the shots, he get on there and start streaming, the shots of not being able to read, pretty much being illiterate and all that stuff, all that would come tumbling down on him like a ton of bricks. So, no, he would not stand a chance, no way, shape, form, or fashion of trying to be a streamer. That's he not cut out for that. His only cutout is to be able to stand on the stage with the lights being bright. I mean, stand in the ring with the lights being bright and hopefully being able to pull off a win to get the people who come in to pay their money. Because I believe that it's enough people that's still willing to pay to see him take a loss.
Yeah, I just hope for Broner that this shit don't backfire on him, man. Cause like let's say a motherfucker do cocaine. If they hardly got any money, nigga, they might go buy a gram or something. If they got some money, they might go buy an ounce. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this money can be used in some good ways, but it also can be used for your own destruction. And when I look at this motherfucker here, his skin turning gray, it's scaly looking. This motherfucker look like a
holes in it.
Yeah, he look like a reptilian or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I hope his liver and shit ain't. I hope I'm not looking at the effects of his liver being obliterated by all this fucking alcohol. I don't want to be reading about this guy in 10, 15 years and he done died at an early age. He done died in his 50s or some shit like that. And I do not think that's out of the realm of possibility, considering what I've been seeing on these fucking live streams. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that he making a comeback and shit. He able to have him some money in his pocket. I know how I feel because I was broke for a long motherfucking time. Then I was able to have some money in my pocket and feel good. But do not use this shit to kill your motherfucking self, man. I pray that he don't do that.
Man, me too. But like I said, I'm glad to see that he's found some kind of way to be a little happy. Instead of always, you know, when we see him, he's just down and out, because that alcohol really had him that way. And big bro in the building, Ernest Davis, y'all know him as Big E, aka Maestro, aka Texas Timbo, my favorite producer that slid up here. He say, "What's up, bro? What's up, little bro? 100."
So with it, we're going down. Yeah, speaking of that, shit made me remember my niece and my nephew down here. You know what I'm saying? So I was able to spend some time with them and shit. I told y'all about him. My nephew, he 9, my niece 5. My nephew, he a little smart kid, man, and shit. He a handsome little guy, little pretty boy type motherfucker. I already been toughing him up though. I've been punching in his chest. I've been making him do some push-ups and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I did take him and his sister to go buy some video games and go buy some toys and all that type of shit. So I got a chance to do my uncle thing a little bit. My little niece, she a little sweetheart. She got a voice that just make you want to do whatever she wants you to do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she is. You
better watch out.
Yeah, for real. But that was my first experience like that. You know what I'm saying? Where I got a chance to, you know, do some things with them, take them get something to eat, take them to go buy some things that they want. That shit was player, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that got me feeling good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds like you enjoyed yourself. That's always a plus. I'm glad you got a chance to experience it.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing like that, man. Family, it ain't nothing like being able to do with family like that, man. That's crazy. Gonna make a run real quick, bro. Not a run off, but I'm about to go grab some stuff to bring into my studio / office. I ain't gonna leave you stuck out there like that. I got some instrumentals that I've been popping off. So I'm gonna pop off this other one because me and Big E and them, we turning the corner, we changing the style of the music a little bit. I want to know what y'all feel about it. I know I played a lot of stuff last week that's different from what we first started off with. Just to give you guys an example that the menu is a lot broader than what people might think. So with that going on, I'm going to hold y'all down with Tavern, and I'll be right back. We back. Hey, y'all let me know what y'all think about that that instrumental. We're gonna put some life to it. Where was I? I'm not gonna lie. When Floyd did them 24/7 shows before the fights, that's what made Mayweather interesting. It gave you a glimpse of not just him, but it gave you a glimpse of the fighters. You know what they go through. I think the most interesting thing about Floyd, to me, the most alluring thing was to actually see him train and then see it translate into the boxing ring. Other than that, you know, the talking about the money, the good investments and everything, it seemed like every time he made that statement, it kind of beat him in the butt. It always came back and beat him in the butt. Trey, how is Ashton? Is that the H2O guy going against JoJo Diaz? And is that the same JoJo Diaz that Danny Garcia knocked out? He said Schofield and Tevin Farmer vibe is what it seems. He said, I hope I'm wrong. He stinked up the place last night. Sile, how you say that guy's last name? That's a fight that's coming up, but I'm gonna get back to it. I noticed that somebody mentioned, Trey X had mentioned about the girls' fights, which I want to give Tierra Brown. Tierra Brown held on to her. By matter of fact, Jay Paul, he had a lot of the females fighting was over the course of the weekend, and they all put on some good fights. They all put on. I can't even call all the women's names out, but every one of the ones that I went back and got a chance to actually look at were some good fights. And Tierra Brown, I called her name out a few weeks ago prior to this fight, saying that she wanted to fight against Alicia Baumgardner as well as Caroline Dubois, which is now two opponents that are calling her name out that's just a little bit above her as far as weight classes, which is nowhere near 147 pounds. There would be some good fights for her. And I want to know if she's willing to pick up the baton or is she going to go ahead and pass over it and still scream that she got certain fights that she wants, and that's what she's going after, and going to still continue to beef with Clarissa Shields, which that fight, in my opinion, is never going to happen.
Yeah, Tiara Brown, she like 37 years old or some shit like that. She probably should go ahead and try to fight her. She probably naturally bigger than her too. I can't remember what weight class that she fight in, but I think she's small. She had beat that southpaw from the UK. That's her claim to fame. We had got paid out that fight too, me and Yasser, because they had Tiara Brown as a big underdog, and we took her by decision at 14-1 odds, and she won the split decision. I think it was Scott Nicholson. Yeah, Scott Nicholson is the
yes, he beat Scott Nicholson to become a champion.
Yeah, but I think they smaller though. So shit, Baumgartner should try to fight up motherfucking ass if she's scared. You know what I'm
saying? And that's the vibe. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from her. I don't want to call her scared because she got that crocodile mouth, but that's the vibe I'm getting from her. I'm you know, if I have to say she worried about any of them, it would be Caroline. Caroline is her biggest worry. And I think she feels like the safest ship to be on is the one that shoots slugs with Clarissa, because she knows that the possibility of that fight happening is next to zero, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This week is Slim Pickens on the was that the competition, I guess you want to say.
But Champ Ross.
Yeah, I know it's Champ Ross, but I say you put the competition. I'm saying competition, but I'm in the top 5. Oh, he in the top. Oh, hip hop #1 top 5.
Yeah, hip hop cold, man. It's really time for you to go out there and win you one. You gonna have to get you one, man. But Gil Cole's at like number 4 right now. So him and Gil Cole, if hip hop was over here more often, I'll match him and Gil Cole's up against each other. Gil Cole's is on the meteoric rise right now. That motherfucker running up the rankings.
What? Gil Cole is showing out? He just showed up to show out.
Yeah, that's why we got his ass on VADA testing protocol. That's why his ass been summoned to take that test.
Once again, I'm gonna say what I said in the beginning. I'm gonna leave that alone for the winds blow the wrong way. He said, man, congratulations on that top 5, though, man. I'm excited for you. I want to see how you go ahead and end it out. What week y'all in now?
I think we're about halfway through. If
yeah.
I can't make a special comeback or something, I'm pulling for hip hop and Gil Cole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm finna start training in a couple of weeks. Start getting it together, get loosened up, ready to go out there. Huh? What you finna say?
This shit got me over here feeling like I'm fucking Nas or something when Jay-Z was talking shit. Went from top 10 to not mention at all. Something about your bodyguard Uchi Wally verse better than yours. That's what I was top 5 and I ain't mentioned at all. And I got a pull from my motherfucking bodyguards on the Uchi Wally verse. You know what I'm saying?
And to be honest, that boy did have a good verse. That boy had a good verse.
Oh yeah.
He said, "What make all the women wait?" Say, there we go. What do you make of all the women losing at weekend Trey X? Even main event was a draw. Shit was terrible. Jordan was it or Zoku?
Aurora's Cole.
Aurora, that's all. Aurora's Cole kid on the card looks good. I've seen him a few times now.
Yeah,
I thought the ladies. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you did say Trey X, right?
Yeah, you sure right. My name, man. Let me be quiet. Go on. My bad. I have stepped over the boundaries. Go ahead and break it down, then, champ.
The draw was the O'Shea Jones fight, and that was a rematch. And that's why I always say, man, rematches are fucking hard to predict what's gonna happen. Now, the first time they fought was a pretty close fight and shit. That's what warranted a rematch, and then they came back and had that draw. So I wasn't too surprised about it and shit. I think one of them was the Evelyn Bermudez fight or something like that. She went out there and got beat. That was a little bit surprising. You will have to remind me of the other fights, though. I know that Elif Nur-Turhan or some shit like that. She got a win. We actually won some money on that fight because they had Turhan by decision at 7-4. And they also had an opponent. I think it was Gabriella Tellez or something like that. They had her at plus 400, 4-1 for the decision. So we just hedged that shit and we made a little bit of money with Turhan getting the victory, even though I was going for an opponent because I wanted to get that 4-1. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the Royce Cole kid, he pretty decent. I done seen him and picked him on Channel Ross quite a few times. I didn't know he was going to win by knockout. I thought he was going to win by decision. But he went out there and exceeded my expectation. I think he got like a KO3 or something like that. The only thing about him is he ain't got the strong amateur background. He came up in a tough gyms and fight clubs in Mexico. And a lot of the time, that type of pressure do make some diamonds. So even though he ain't got the amateur background, he came up in a tough fashion. And it looked like he's doing his thing, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see for him moving forward. I'm pretty sure we're going to be picking him on the Channel Ross pretty much every time he fight. You know what I'm saying? So we'll keep a watch out.
The next one was Truhan and Telly's fight was good, but the rest of the women fights was wasted time for real. You think so? I kind of liked the girls went out there, they battled, they fought. You know, to me, they did what they were supposed to. Sound like somebody over there getting their choke in.
No, I just sat down in the chair.
Oh, that's the chest. The chest sounded like it was choking. It pulled one of them.
It's probably this motherfucking 210 I'm over here weighing. Sitting down in this motherfucking chair.
210?
Yeah, that's heavy for me. You know what I'm saying? But my training been a little bit different, though. I've been back up in the gym, like lifting weights and shit. I've been lifting heavy weights. You know, relatively anyway. I've only been back in the gym for like 3 weeks to a month. And I'm doing sets of 25 on the bench. 225 on the bench and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So for a little nigga, I'm throwing up a little bit of weight. And you know, I ain't got that same type of training to keep me small. I've been doing some heavier shit that's been kind of making me muscular. But I'm about to go to the MMA gym though. I want to go to the boxing gym, but them motherfuckers don't open until 6:30 p.m. And shit, I got shit to do, man. I can't be in there with the motherfuckers at no damn 6:30 p.m. That shit is stupid to me. It make me mad even thinking about it. Why the fuck
started so late?
Yeah, why is the gym not opening until 6:30? But and then you got to pay $150 for every 2 months that you go and all that type of shit. And I can't go to the gym until 6:30 p.m. But I'm gonna go to the MMA gym. You know what I'm saying? They got a gym that open early in the day, and I just want to go get some shit to put in my bag. You know what I'm saying? If I get into it with a nigga and he want to take it to the ground or something like that, I don't want to be a fish out of water. I want to have something for his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to go up there, train, maybe cut some weight, and get some shit to put in my bag. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You just came out of left field. MMA, okay. Let
Yeah, I
me know
watched
how
that
that
shit.
go.
Yeah, I watched that shit with Yasa this weekend too. You watched that shit?
No, I actually I was just concentrating on the game and Bam Rodriguez fight. And bringing up Bam, I think this is a perfect time to, after I go ahead and say what Lala saying. She said, actually, Mayweather is quite funny, but most people know him for his arrogance and need to one-up people. But when he's in his silly mode, dude is funny. She said Mayweather was imitating people when they were trying to talk while smoking weed. Shit was hilarious.
Yeah, he have his moments. I'm pretty sure most people do. But on a consistent basis, I don't think he can fuck with Broner. Broner had you laughing like consistently. And everybody seems to say the same fucking thing. I got people that don't even watch boxing, but they coming to talk to me about Adrian Broner on these live streams and how funny he is. You know what I'm saying? So she I'm pretty sure she's probably right that he have his moments and he can be funny and charismatic and all that shit when he want to. But I just think Broner
It'd be
on another.
hard.
Yeah, I think Broner on another level though.
Yeah, Broner just seemed to be going for what Baby World Beater said. Streaming seems to have Broner is like born for that. You know, his fight career, people, you know, I can't take nothing away from it. You can't take nothing away from it. I saw him in an interview where he was saying that, you know, the people had told him he should have stayed down at 140. He probably would have, his career probably would have blossomed even more. That 147 was a stopgate for him. He should never have been there. And I kind of agree, but I agree with him 100%. I think 140 is where he should have campaigned and made his rule and had his reign at. But you know, I don't know if somebody was in his ear, if it was his own what's the word I'm looking for here? His own pride that put him in the situation to go at 140, maybe telling himself, you can beat these boys, you know. Floyd did it, you can do it. It could have been that kind of situation where he could have just humbled. It's easy to say could have just humbled himself, but 140 looked like the place where he should have been.
Yeah, but he want to get to the money division. You know what I'm saying? It's just like Sugar Shane Mosley back in the day. He used to have my coach mad because, you know, he jumped from 35 straight to 47. And my coach would be like, man, if he would go to 140, he'd be the baddest man on the planet. I'm talking about he would say this shit out every time the man fought. My coach got to bring up, if the man went to 140, he'd be the baddest man on the planet for as long as he want to be. But he want to go to the money division. Make more money at 147. You know what I'm saying? We could even go back to Lomachenko. If Lomachenko would have stayed at 130, he would have been the baddest man on the motherfucking planet. Couldn't nobody fuck with him. But now we got to go to 135, man. We got to go get this money. Yeah, there's been people at cruiserweight, man, whooping all kind of ass all over the place. Could be the baddest man on the planet for as long as they want to be. Fuck that. We going to heavyweight, nigga. We got to get our money. So that's what it is, man. They ain't really thinking about what weight class gives them the best competitive advantage. They thinking, man, who paying the money? Let's go get this money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, chase the bag. Chase the bag. The bag over legacy.
Yeah.
The bag over legacy.
You gonna talk about Bam, nigga?
Yes. Now, I'm watching the Bam fight. You know, I'm crunk. I'm excited. I'm ready to see Bam do his thing. And Bam got started off slow. What's the guy? I can't even remember the man's name he was fighting. What's his name?
Oh shit, it didn't slip my mind, but he moved up to 118 to fight the motherfucker.
Well, anyway, old boy was making a good showing of himself, and he looked like he was giving Bam some work. And at one point, I was like, "Damn, this looked like it's gonna turn out to be a hard hard fight for Rodriguez, you know, because he started piecing Rodriguez up with the straight punches. And a thing that he was doing good, I thought it was quite excellent. When Bam was trying to jump over to his, as what you call it, the dorsal side, and do his thing, old boy was turning with him. He was catching Bam. He wasn't letting Bam get over there. But as the fight went on, he stopped turning. Bam started catching him, caught him with that nice chin, and dropped him. And I was like, okay, this is where it is. This is what's going to happen. That 3-punch combination that ended the fight. Oh my good, head, body, head. That was sweet. Big bro had asked me, he was like, what was the numbers for that, bro? I'm like, shoot, I don't know. You had to ask Trey what the numbers was that he hit him with. But it was great. And at the end of the fight, the question that, you know, they first hurried up and hit him with was, are you ready for Inoue? Are you ready for Inoue? And, you know, it's a lot of chirping about him in Inoue and him not being ready, him not giving the right answer at the end of the fight, saying, you know, I'm ready for anybody. Whoever they put in front of me, my team put in front of me, I'm going to sign the paper. You know, I know people wanted to hear him say, yeah, I'm ready for Inoue. But then I think about it, I'm like, man, this was his first fight at 118, and let the man acclimate there before you jump him up. Now, I understand that Inoue might be moving up himself, and you know, they might miss each other in a way, but I don't think it's a great idea to kind of rush him into it, because this fight showed me that he might not really be ready. He might need to go ahead and get some more work done at 18 before going to chase after Monster. That's my opinion, because I seen some openings when he fought old boy.
This the thing, though. This the thing. He ain't no different than most great, sophisticated fighters. Like, we could look at Terrence Crawford. We could go back to the Thomas Delorme fight. Or you could refresh your memory on the Hammer Hank Lundy fight. They were tagging this dude early, but he downloading data. And once he downloads that data, he got something for your motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Or like, you were talking about how this opponent was turning with him.
Right.
Go think back on the Lomachenko versus Devin Haney fight. Devin Haney was turning with Lomachenko, wasn't he? Or we could even go to the Teofimo Lopez fight against Lomachenko. He was turning with Lomachenko. But you got to stay on this cerebral pace with this man for the whole fight. And each time he came back with something. More so with the Devin Haney fight, because a lot of people thought he beat Devin Haney. Even though Devin Haney was doing good shit, a lot of people like DeCane thought that the Lomachenko won the fight. So you got to stay on this cerebral pace with this motherfucker. But if he was to fight anyway, then Bam Rodriguez, I'm riding with Bam. You know what I'm saying? I just seen some vulnerabilities from this guy anyway with these southpaws. He been fighting a lot of southpaws here lately. Like, he fought Luis Nery, he fought Mirajan Akhmadaliev. He just had a fight with the Nakatani motherfucker. He a southpaw too. It seemed like it's another southpaw. The TJ Doheny. He fought him. It was another southpaw too that I think I'm missing. Fuck, it might come to me. But he been working with some southpaws, and guess what? He really ain't been knocking them out. Like, he normally be knocking folks the fuck out. That's what Inoue does. But against these southpaws here lately, he really ain't been knocking them out. He knocked out Nery, but Nery dropped him. And Bam is a lot better than Nery, man. A lot better than Nery. Lomachenko, not Lomachenko, but anyway, going back to the amateurs, he had some problems with a guy named Yosvani Vesha from Cuba. He was also a southpaw. So if you got a southpaw with some skills, you got something for Inoue. Inoue, when he fought Yosvani Vesha in the amateurs, he fought him twice. The first time, it was a blowout. And the second time, he lost 2-1. So he made it more competitive. You know what I'm saying? But I'm seeing, if you put them angles on them and you can turn them and get to the dorsal side, step around and lead foot, you got a little something for Inoue. And Bam definitely can do all of that shit. He riding high with his confidence. He is an ascending fighter, and I'm looking at Inoue as a descending fighter, because that's just the way the fight game goes. You can't stay at your peak forever. You're going to rise to your peak, and then you're going to have to start going down. And we not seeing the same results from Anyway that we've been seeing. He is not knocking everybody out like he used to. So I think he's going to be in a position where this is the right time for Bam to catch him. This is not the invincible Anyway that we've been seeing. This guy's a little bit more vulnerable. So I'm riding with Bam, man. He might need to get him another fight or two at 118, maybe. But he can't wait too long because Anyway gonna mess around and go to 126 and somebody else gonna whoop his ass. Because I don't think he should be going to 126, me personally. Them motherfuckers fighting at 126. And they coming with something. They coming with some heat at 126. He needs to stay at 122. Oh no, he at 118 trying to go to 122. I'm tripping. I'm over here tripping. My bad about that.
So it is your opinion that if they were to strike right now, the iron is hot for Bam, and you thinking that they one more fight probably at where he is and then going up and see it and try to face Monster now, catch him early, catch him while the differences are there.
I need to catch him before somebody else beat him. Cause like if you go up and wait and shit, somebody else could probably beat the motherfucker. So I think they need to go ahead and strike while the iron's hot. Your guy, he hot. He got a good camp. He got a good coach and all that type of shit. Anyway, he look like he descending a little bit. He's still good. He's still great, but he's not getting the same results that he been getting because he was knocking everybody the fuck out, and he's no longer doing that. So let's catch that motherfucker while you're looking a little bit vulnerable before somebody else beat him. Because it's been guys that I didn't think had nothing for Anyway. Go back and look at the TJ Doheny fight and tell me what you see. Doheny was winning rounds. Who the fuck is TJ Doheny? And then Anyway, he had to step on the gas and come with something mean, and he got him up out of there. That's to his credit. He tough, and he can turn it up a notch and get you up out of there. But why do it take all of that against TJ Doheny? This dude was over here putting skills on Anyway and winning rounds on that motherfucker from the southpaw stance. So I'm seeing some vulnerability with this guy, and we need to go ahead and get him before somebody else get him.
Okay. So, well, we both agree that one more fight, let him acclimate at least one more fight before going after making that jump. But it's going to also depend on how Robert Garcia deems the chances as well, because I think I saw a video where he was not like really talking too confident about dealing with Anyway right away.
Yeah, I ain't seen it, but shit, he don't run shit except for the training camp, nigga. We want to fight, that's who we gonna fight.
Yeah, but it's on Bam, I guess, to say that that's who we gonna fight, and he left the door open to say, he left the door open by saying, whoever my team pick, they put him in front of me, that's who we gonna go with. So we might need Bam to go ahead and say, you know what? Yeah, go ahead and get this one fight out, get us one more fight, and then let's go ahead and go after Anyway. I don't know how to look at it, except it's the ball is in their court. At most part, the ball is in Bam Rodriguez' damn court. Yeah. But I am glad that he
get that motherfucker to come over here. Fight in the States, man, because if he got to go to Japan, that's going to be tough in a motherfucker, boy.
That's going to be kind of like going over there to fight Anthony Joshua when he was in his starlight prime.
Yeah.
The crowd is for him, the stadium is for him, everything is for him. And you got to go out there and deal with the booing and the hating. But we don't know how Bam will accept, the booing and the hating. Will that energizing? Will that make him want to shut the crowd up?
Yeah, just traditionally, it's just hard to win over there. Then you're in a different time zone and all that shit. Then they can get you over there and do whatever they want to do. Most of your viewers are asleep. They all over there fighting at 3 a.m. All the Americans and shit, we over here sleeping this motherfucker. We'll wake up and some bullshit that took place. You know what I'm saying?
I wake up and be like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
He done whooped his ass every round and came out of there with a loss and shit. And I done had that experience a few times. We done bet money. One of my favorite fighters that we done bet on. I can't think of his name. He actually went over. He a southpaw, and he had fought against what's the name of that Tension? He fought Tension Nasukawa, and Nasukawa beat this guy. I got to give Nasukawa some fucking credit because he done came a long way. He went out there and beat my guy, but they done robbed my guy over there though, and we done had money on the line, 5-1 odds. I just know we about to get this money. I wake up, split decision for the other guy. So then I look in close to see what the scores was. The one guy that had my guy winning had him winning 118-110. He had this man dominating the fight. And then the other judges, they done gave it to the other guy 115, 113, and all this bullshit. And then I pull up the boxing scene article, and they say that they done robbed my guy over there and all that kind of shit. So I know how they get down over there. You know what I'm saying? They're early in the morning, the nigga over here asleep. But I would like for them to get that fight in the United States, man. I would love if we could do that some kind of way. I know that Anyway deserves to have it over there in his stadium. But just for me, I would love to have it in the United States.
Put it in one of these big venues.
Yeah, I just need it on this soil, man. I don't give a fuck if they fight at Waffle House, nigga. I just need it to be on U.S. soil. You know what I'm saying?
You feel like it'd be more evened out. The playing field would be more even.
Yeah, we give folks fair shakes over here in the United States for the most part. You know,
hold on. You might have to put your promotion hat on real quick. Say, I don't know how to win it, bro. I do good one week. I get comfortable, start making picks. I never would. It's tough though. It's tough in Champ Ross. And then Gil Cole pops up and say, hip hop number one. I heard you was looking for me.
What hip hop say, man? I hope hip hop came back with something. Don't be no cur now.
He say, laughing out loud, I'm under enough pressure on this competition. Hope you can keep
man, that sounds like a duck.
Hope you can keep the consistency up, Gil Cole's doing good.
Oh no, hip hop, man. I can't let you duck, bro. Please reconsider. You know what I'm saying? You are definitely one of our peripheral family members of the block fam and shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't see you every week, but whenever you do come through, it's all love. And it's been like that since we was on Marlowe's Corner. Got love for you. We Taylor gang. We over here clowning and having fun, winning and all that type of shit. So we look at you like fam. I can't let you duck like that, bro. Please reconsider. We ain't gonna just put you in a fight you don't want to be in. But I'm gonna have to try to convince you not to duck that smoke.
I agree with you 100%. Especially since Gil Cole called you out right here on Musically Zone Talks Boxing.
Personally, too.
Usually when fights get called out over here, they get made. So think about it before we close the doors.
Yeah.
He said Trey X ain't gonna never stop fighting. That's Moody Treyweather. What's up, brother? I'm sorry if I missed you when you came in, but salute to you. Glad you made it in.
My nigga Moody Treyweather, he made me start thinking about that basketball too. As soon as I seen his name, that motherfucking finals got me over here looking crazy. Hey man, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I do not like making predictions on team sports and being wrong. There ain't been too many times that I done came with a prediction online about team sports and being wrong. Hell, this is the only one I could think of, actually. If y'all got some more examples, let me know. But the Spurs let me down. But I'm gonna tell you this though, I was not aware that New York had improved so much. When I made my prediction, I thought it was the same old New York from last year. And then I went and looked in the numbers and I seen that it was a lot closer than what I thought it was. I actually had San Antonio was 0.1 points better than New York. But the home road dichotomy favored the road team. And that made it a little bit tricky and shit. And you see, like New York went out there and beat them on their home floor and all that type of shit. Then San Antonio went to New York and beat them on their home floor and was up by 29 in game 4. And then this motherfucker, oh man, I'm talking about the coach was trash. They let the motherfuckers come back. He allowing his team to shoot 3-pointers, but only with 20 seconds left on the shot clock. This motherfucker De'Aaron Fox is having these crazy ass turnovers and fucking up the momentum. Wemby hit a motherfucker with an elbow. and got a flagrant foul, broke up the momentum. They over there shooting free throws and shit. Coming down the stretch, Wemby go to the line and miss 2 free throws in this motherfucker. I'm just going crazy. But De'Aaron Fox is supposed to be your veteran presence to calm everybody down, hit a big shot to calm everybody down, quiet the crowd. Y'all chill out. Everything is good. Let's just do what we got to do and keep clamping these motherfuckers and get out of here with a win. But they veteran was one of their worst players. And he taking up time from one of their emerging stars, that Harper motherfucker. He balling every time he get in the game. You know what I'm saying? But I told y'all a long time ago, my partner told me that you got to pay your dues before you win a championship. And I thought Wemby was going to be different. I thought he was going to be the guy that did not have to pay his dues. Well, guess what? He had to pay his dues like everybody else. And he got to get back in the drawing board like Jordan when he played against the Pistons back in the day, when they were beating him up and shit like that. And they had them Jordan rules and all that kind of shit. And he had to come back stronger. He had to get in the weight room. He had to come back better. That's what Wemby got to do. We got to get in the weight room. We got to get some moves. We need to get in the gym. We need to holler at Akeem, Elijah Wan, and everybody that we can talk to. And we need some moves.
Out of my mouth when you said you need to go holler at Akeem.
Well, holler at him some more because he already been talking to him. But like he ain't got no moves. Like when he get the ball, he don't face up with the motherfucker and then put a boom boom bop and drop something pretty. It looks uncoordinated. It looks raggedy. Like he get the ball and just try to go. And he ain't got no moves. So he got to get in the lab, man. He got to get him a bag. He need him a bag. Because it's sometimes in the game where you got to go to him. Well, we need a shot. We need a bucket. We can't just throw the ball in the Wemby and get a bucket. We got to get some moves, man. We got to get a bag. And then the rest of the team, we just got to mature. It was sometimes in the series where I saw guys trying to be the hero. Like a motherfucker might get a steal or something. And instead of setting the offense back up, they just want to go to the basket. And then that shit get blocked. Then the other team get the ball back. And then they go in the other way. We just got to mature. We got to get older. We got to get better. And I think they'll be okay. You know what I'm saying? But for this year right here, the Knicks did what they had to do, man. They was the most seasoned team. Karl Anthony Towns, he using that veteran shit on Wemby, locking his arms down where the nigga can't jump and get a rebound. Cat drive pass to do. Wemby try to reach. Cat then clamped his arm down. And he just being a veteran out there. Showed up in big moments, hitting threes and all that kind of shit. Jalen Brunson, y'all know how he is, man. He just a killer. And he just went out there and showed everybody that he's a fucking cold-hearted serial killer on that basketball court, especially in Game 6. You know what I'm saying? And OG Anunoby, motherfucking killer out there. He playing defense and he playing offense. He doing what he got to do out there. Them niggas just some veterans. Mikal Bridges, whatever his name is, he didn't have the best series, but he had his moments where he stepped in there and did what he had to do. You know what I'm saying? So I just got to give props to the Knicks. I'm happy for Mike Brown. Anytime my brother win a championship as a coach, I'm always happy about that. So
especially
they did what
being
they had
fired
to do.
from the same team twice. He's been fired 3 times, but he never gave up. He ended up becoming a champion. To go on the Spurs, though, you mentioned a lot of things that I agree with. One, they're shooting 3-pointers with 20 seconds left on the clock. You know, y'all not burning up the clock, trying to get the best shot or burning up the clock, period. But for them to sit out there and keep jacking up threes, and you mentioned that Wemby not really having the moves to
create his own shot.
Yeah, to create his own shot is a very big problem. But the thing that I was really harping on them about as I watched going between the fight, you know, going from one room to the next, watching the fight and watching the game, I felt like, one, when San Antonio got up, what should automatically kick in is we up now. So now we should start going after the 2-point shots, mid-range, inside the paint, getting fouled, getting the easiest shots available. Forget the threes because we know New York is going to go down there and try to catch up by shooting threes. So I would be more willing to go after a 2-point shot, layups, possibly getting fouled, making a free throw, which cuts the game down, the momentum down against the other team, which they didn't do. They left the door wide open by taking shots that was unnecessary. You already up by 29 points. What are you doing by steadily jacking up threes? At that time, you're supposed to to change the game plan and start working on the inside. You called the coach trash because he was allowing that to happen. Instead of going ahead and say, hey, now is the time to go ahead and make them battle. Make them fight and earn everything they got. Send the ball into the paint and work from the inside out. Y'all working from outside and not getting anything on the inside at all. I agree with you that Wemby do need to go into the weight room and get stronger. He does need to come up with some ways to get his own shot, because sometimes at some point in the game, the stars have to be able to make their own shots. They got to. No, by hook or crook, you got to be able to get yourself open and to a spot that's your money spot. I was telling O, I was like, if Wemby can, if he could shoot like Durant, if he can be willing to take those, because Durant will go to the mid range in a minute and wear your ass out. And I think that would really play real good for Wemby if he got a mid-range game and strengthened it. Like remember Rip Hamilton that used to play for Detroit?
Of course, yeah.
Pretty much an unstoppable mid-range game. A beast at mid-range. And I feel like that would do Wemby a great justice if he start concentrating on that mid-range. He already caused this problem with his length and everything for protecting the basket. But you got to give the defense other worries, because right now they know you get the ball, you can't, like you said, you look raggedy. You can't get to the hole on a systematic attack, because once they decide to get in front of you and step to a certain side, they already know you're going to be messed up and you're going to pick up the ball. You're going to stop your dribble, or you're going to end up getting out of control, possibly turning it over. And that's what started happening to him. De'Aaron Fox, if I had to say anything about him, you're supposed to be the vet of the team. But let's think about his history. You getting into it with your head coach when you was with Mike Brown. You have not shown that you can calm yourself down within the game and actually be a leader. So I'm thinking, and this might sound harsh, but I'm thinking they might need to move him. Possibly, if you can, get two players for him that can be role players and try to build from within, unless you can find another vet somewhere that's not a headache.
Man, they definitely need to get his ass on the first thing smoking up out of there. And whoever the GM is, why would you go get him to be your vet when he done bonehead shit in the past? The motherfucker's just not smart, especially at the end of games. You know what I'm saying? He do a lot of dumb shit. I almost hate that motherfucker right now. I'm not bullshitting, man. Hey, if they could get somebody like Drew Holiday championship, nigga, they would have won it this year. If they had somebody like Drew Holiday, they would have a motherfucking championship this year. And then what's so crazy, like, not only is De'Aaron Fox fucking up, he don't even box out Anunoby at the end of game 6 and let him get the game 5, well, game 4. Yeah,
get that winning tip.
Yeah, when he got the tip, nigga, box out. What is you doing? Bro, I do not understand this dude. The motherfucker needs to be investigated. He has been a motherfucking assassin. He has been a Al-Qaeda, like a terrorist on everybody. I'm talking about they got us looking crazy.
He a team killer.
They motherfucking New York, they put they foot in our asses. They whooped our fans on the streets and whooped them out their jerseys. They threw eggs at the team and shit when they pulled up to the hotel. They done hit Wemby with an egg upside his motherfucking head. They done erased a 29-point deficit and went on a 30 points to go up by 1 and all this old type of shit. And took down the championship on the Spurs home floor. They got us out here looking bad, man. I damn near wanted to go get this Texas tattoo removed off my motherfucking back looking at that shit. It seemed like every time we get in big spots, we getting our ass whooped. That was just tough right there, man. But De'Aaron Fox, get him the fuck up out of there, man. Let's go get a real vet. We need somebody like Drew Holiday. Stat. And then another thing, too. The coach, fuck the hierarchy. Go with the best players, man. Like, if you look back on the Seattle Seahawks, when they got Russell Wilson, I think he was a 4th-round pick or some shit like that. Can't remember the team he went to. It was like a team that wore red and white. And they had just paid Matt Flynn. Matt Flynn, if I'm not mistaken, he came from Green Bay or someone. I think it was like the NFC North, one of them teams. But he had threw like 5 touchdowns in the game and was balling out. You know what I'm saying? And Seattle paid him a bunch of money to come be the starting quarterback. But in training camp, Russell Wilson was out playing this motherfucker. So Pete Carroll, he didn't just keep the vet in or the person we just paid. He gave the job to the person who was performing the best. Now, when it comes to the Spurs, you got this nigga, De'Aaron Fox, that's halfway hurt anyway. You got this kid, this Harper kid, that's balling. Why is he not getting the minutes that this other motherfucker's getting that's halfway hurt and he dumb as hell? You know what I'm saying? That the Harper should have been getting that time, man. Fuck the veteran status or any of that shit when it comes to De'Aaron Fox. Nigga, put the best player on the court, nigga. And they would have had a great chance to win that championship.
A lot of times these coaches make business decisions instead of team decisions, and it costs them. It pretty much costs them every time. I agree with you. The best player should be the one that's in the game. I don't give a damn that De'Aaron Fox is. To me, he's not that guy. He's not that. He's already proven it. He's proven that on other teams. Wisconsin is the team that you was thinking about. That's what Trey Weather said.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it, if you're not putting the best out there, then you can't expect to have the best outcome. Simple as that. I agree with you 100%. De'Aaron Fox needs to be going somewhere else. I don't care where he goes, but he needs to be going somewhere else. The red flag was, like I said, you arguing and you getting into it with your head coach when you was at another team. You literally getting into it with the head coach, and you're not putting up numbers that would help bag that up that you arguing with a head coach. I really don't see too many players ever that you could say, hey, it's all right that he arguing with the head coach because he's doing so great. I just you don't see that, because the ones that were great and that's doing their job, they not arguing with the head coach. They figuring out a way to work within that man's system or a female to work in their system and make it happen. De'Aaron Fox is not that guy, and he's proven it over and over again. And you would think that the Spurs learned a lesson when they pulled Dennis Rodman in, and he gave them the same. He gave them bull crap, but at the same time, Dennis didn't want to be in San Antonio. I don't know what De'Aaron Fox's reasoning for not being able to show up like he needs to, but missing out on a box out that causes you to lose a game is unforgivable.
And history repeated itself because Danny Green missed a box out that led to that corner 3 from Ray Allen when they had came back and beat when the Spurs went against the Heat back in the day.
Right. And Ray hit that corner 3.
Yeah, and Greg Popovich went crazy about that shit. And I'm pretty sure when he watched that game right there, he went crazy again. They done lost another game because of a motherfucker not boxing out in the last closing seconds of the game.
So I guess when you say that they have to pay their dues, De'Aaron Fox is the dues. He is the dudes. Y'all had a team killer on the team that really put y'all through what you need to see, what you don't do next year. You don't depend on a guy that showed you he's not dependable. I don't know what he's doing in practice to make you feel like he should be the one out on the court. But when it comes down to being in the game, because you got practice players and you got game players, I always say that. I live by that. You got a dude that'll be in practice killing, but when the lights is bright and the crowd is there and they screaming, they cheering, and they hollering and hooping and screaming all kind of obscenities at you, you can't be who you are. And I think De'Aaron Fox is that guy. I think he might be a great practice player, possibly. I really don't know. But as far as being out on the court when the game is time to be played, he's not showing up consistently.
He a player that got a high ceiling and a low floor. Sometimes he'll be out there at the top end of standard deviation. Then sometimes you'll catch the motherfucker at the bottom of standard deviation. You need somebody that's more even keel. And plus the dudes that was paid, they for Wemby too, man, you got to get better. You got to get stronger. You know what I'm saying? Like we said, you got to be able to create your own shot sometimes. So he got shit that he can work on. He could have been a lot better. Plus work on your conditioning too. Because you starting off games hot, and then you start off the third quarter hot. The second quarter and the fourth quarter, you ain't looking the same. And the book on you right now is that make you run. That's your Achilles heel when people make you run because your conditioning ain't the best. So he got his own personal dues that need to be paid. He only 22 years old, so he got plenty of time to learn. They're gonna come back with something. And hopefully the GM is smart enough to get a better vet on the team instead of somebody like De'Aaron Fox. And also hopefully the coaches letting the best man play instead of going off a hierarchy. Fuck that. The best man should be playing at all times. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they got their own dudes that they had to work on. Hopefully they come back with something.
One important thing.
One more thing.
Uh-huh.
But I was gonna say this too. We picked OKC to win, and we was wrong, but they wasn't healthy either. This was your turn. This was your chance to go get this shit done. Because OKC, if they firing on all cylinders, it's gonna be hard to beat them. When they got Jalen Williams and that Ajayi or whatever the fuck his name is, all them dudes out there, them motherfuckers can play. So if you got an opportunity to have the best team, not at full strength, you got to take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? So like, I hope Spurs come back with something, but it's not guaranteed because they got to go through OKC to get it.
Who gonna have a vengeance and a chip on their shoulder for the simple reason y'all put them out of the chance of being in the finals.
Yeah.
So look for OKC to come out smoking next year. And if they can stay healthy, they'll probably smoke through the whole season.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be tough. They're gonna be tough every year. As long as they keep their core players together, they're gonna be tough.
That's an important decision that has to be made. What the GMs and the owners do as far as the core parts of all teams. One thing I was saying, you can pretty much bank on the Spurs at trying to keep their teams together because they usually do. But I think they should pull the trigger on De'Aaron Fox and go ahead and move him. I think the negotiations should already be going on. They should already be looking for somebody to take him or buy him out his contract and find somebody to take his place. Do whatever you need to do. But I think that's I think he's a bad apple. I think he's a bad apple.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about the big snowman fighting Caballero too, man.
Man, my mouth won't even work. I'm trying to say stuff so fast. Caballero, I think I'm gonna go and say it right now. I think he can beat Fury, and it's a possibility he could stop Fury.
Yeah, I'm taking a stoppage, man. Yeah, that's just what Caballero does, man. He going to your body, man. And it is hard when the motherfucker's consistently going to the body to get out of there without getting stopped. He's stopping everybody they put in front of him. He ain't beating these dudes by decision. He's stopping these people. Fury, he done passed his peak. You know what I'm saying? This is out with the old, in with the new, really. Even though Caballero ain't just real young. I mean, he in his 30s, but this is out with the old, in with the new. You know what I'm saying? And Fury, he ain't looked the best in his last fight. I mean, he won the fight against Makhmudov. You know what I'm saying? But Makhmudov ain't no fucking Caballero.
No, and Makhmudov didn't really pose. He didn't pose the wall that Caballero gonna bring to Fury. I think Caballero can take a page out of Usyk's book and bother him the whole fight. I mean, bring consistent, controlled pressure to Fury the whole fight. Cause Fury to try to use his legs, wear his ass down to where he can't keep using his legs because at one point he's gonna have to sit down and try to fight. And when he does that, that's when Caballero can make his move. I know Fury. I said at the beginning of the show, what kind of tactics Fury gonna try to come out there with. He's gonna try to lean on Caballero a lot. He's gonna try to bring him in and hold him when he starts trying to get on his ass. I give Fury, I give the big snowman his props on sometimes, I've seen him moving his head a lot, try to dodge, but you can't move that body. You cannot move that body. And if Cabiel sticks to the game plan and go and attack that body throughout, at some point, Fury legs are gonna have to. His legs gonna give. He ain't gonna be able to keep on running around and moving around, trying to bounce around. And this will be the time when people can say, "Okay, now show us that you as nimble as they tried to say you the greatest of all time and all this stuff." Because I don't see it. I don't see it at all. All Cabiel got to do is get past that reach, and I believe he's possibly well enough adapt to put enough pressure on to keep Fury from throwing punches. Because at some point, Fury gets tired. He slows down. He showed that against Usyk. And I believe Cabiel got the goods to go in there, like you said, beat on that body. You can't move the body. You can dodge, you can twist, you can turn, but that 290 pounds, or however big Fury is, that waistline is not going nowhere.
Well, technically, you can dodge body punches by getting your entire body out the way. Like if you go back to the Mayweather versus Corrales fight, that's what George Foreman was explaining with the commentary. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, this is a big man. This is not no 130-pound Mayweather. This is a 200-and-some pound heavyweight, and it's going to be hard to get out the way completely of those body shots that's coming from Cabiel. And they do have a dreaded common opponent because, Fury just had to fight against Makhmudov, but Cabiel fought Makhmudov kind of like his breakout party, if I'm remembering correctly. And he went out there and stopped Makhmudov. That's just what he does. He don't care how hard you punch, because Makhmudov hit hard, Zhili Zhang hit hard, and also Philip Ergovich hit hard too. And this guy don't give a fuck. He gonna get up in there. He gonna put them body shots on your motherfucking ass. And when it comes to power, this is really a step down for Cabiel. Tyson Fury don't hit as hard as these other guys. So he ain't even got the same type of venom that he got to go through to get to the body. All you got to deal with, like you said, is the reach and the legs. The legs ain't gonna last forever, and plus his legs done settled down a lot here recently too. He ain't as fleet of foot as he used to be. You know what I'm saying? Because he's getting older and he's starting to slow down a little bit. This guy Cabiel could be the computer printout of what this motherfucker don't need. And I'm looking for the stoppage.
I'm looking forward to. It would nothing make me happier than to see the big snowman going down, getting melted away.
Yeah, salute to Fury for wanting to be in a fight like this. I got to give him credit on that. But it's gonna be tough against Cabiel for sure.
Yeah. When you look at it, there's not a lot of great options for him to have to be able to turn to. You know, nobody really gonna be looking for him. What you gonna do? Go back to Dillian White or you do what's his name that left the game already? What's his name? The Warhorse. He out of there. Chisora. Ain't nobody really chomping at the bit for Anthony Joshua and Fury. You know, right now your fight is Cabiel, Idjit, Atama, what's the other guy's name? Moses, Cabiel. I'm forgetting somebody. Sanchez. Those are the fights people want to see.
Ain't nobody worried about no Sanchez, man. He did have that fight against Richard Torres, but he still ain't got no whole bunch of interest in him.
You don't think that he would be a good? Well, Idjit is the one that's up there right now. Cabiel, and I think Cabiel can stop Fury. I don't know what round, but I think if I had to say, I'd say maybe 8 or 9.
Yeah, that would be my guess. KO 9, right there. KO 9, and he might go a little long. He might go 10, 11. But I just know that consistent pressure going to the body like that, man, it's gonna be tough to go the distance against that, for sure.
Yeah,
Fury got up in the chat too.
Fury got a long. He gonna have a hard night that night. Amir Anderson got a fight this weekend against an undefeated domestic fighter. We'll see what he does with him.
I don't even know who the fuck Amir Anderson is. Who is that?
Shit. If you don't know, you know damn well. And he don't know.
Amir Anderson. Who the fuck is Amir Anderson? He going against a domestic fighter. We'll see what he does with him. Yeah, you're gonna have to explain to us who Amir Anderson is, bro.
Let me look at the list of fights because I don't even remember seeing that on the in the Champ Ross.
Champ Ross in the building. What's up, bro? Champ Ross, who the fuck is Amir Anderson, bro?
I didn't even see Champ come in. What Champ at? What's up, Champ? Salute, Champ Ross. We got Champ Ross in the building as always. Hip hop number one. That's hip hop number one saying that. And hip hop, go ahead and let us know who Amir Anderson is. He say, Broner doing them 24/7 YouTube streams. He drinking too much, but I won't deny he's pretty funny still. That's the, pretty much anybody that look at Broner, that's the biggest knock on him. If he can just get away from the drink, if he could just get away from that bottle, he could turn a corner. I truly believe that. And Trey, I would love to see him as a trainer because I've seen him showing what's Dean the Great. I saw him showing the dude, showing him about the pool counter. He was showing him how to do it correctly. I've caught him showing this dude certain things, showing these youngsters certain things of what they should do. I think if Adrian Broner could just get himself away from the drink, I think he would have a great career as a coach because, like you said, the young fighters like him. He's approachable from what I can tell. He just connects with them well. And I think that would be awesome. I think that would be an awesome thing. I would watch fights with Adrian Broner in the corner. I would love to see him in the corner. I would love to see what kind of knowledge and understanding he can give to these other fighters because he could surely give them the knowledge of the wrong things, what not to do. He can surely give them that.
Yeah, when he get up in the ring, like in the boxing gym, he dead serious too. Ain't no playing around. He's not fucking around. And at the same time, some of the shit that he showed Dean is things that he wasn't even doing. So that lets me know that he wants, like if he trains somebody, he gonna train them to be better than he was. You know what I'm saying? Like them drills about letting his hands go and all that type of shit. And the way that he was teaching how to throw the hook. Adrian Broner always had slapping left hooks, but he trying to teach Dean how to throw the left hook the right way. And like he always was criticized about not letting his hands go, but he's real big on Dean letting his hands go. So that's a coach that doesn't mind his training his pupil to be better than he was. And that's a very, very strong attribute to have as a coach. I think he would be an outstanding coach for the young guys. Plus, he got respect for the background, for the build-up. This man had over 300 amateur fights as an amateur, won multiple national championships. You know what I'm saying? So he gonna push his fighters to have that strong background as well. I think from the outside looking in. So yeah, I think he'll be an outstanding coach, man, especially for the young guys.
It's just gonna take that one step, or the one step could come from somebody saying, you know what, I think you would be a great coach. We need you to come over here and step your game up for these people. But in order for you to do that, the stipulation is, can you walk away from that bottle? And I know how hard it is for people to walk away from the bottle. One of my older sisters had a great love affair with the bottle. And I mean a serious one. She finally walked away from it, but it took a lot of hard work and effort for her to do it. And depending on how gone AB is, which it seems like he's pretty on it, it's going to take some effort, some tough love, but some love to help him to turn that corner. And that's the one thing that it seems to be missing from him is that somebody that's pushing him like that. And maybe the fighters, maybe the people that's looking up to him, maybe they can be the ones to help him gather himself and get himself on the right track. But whatever it takes, I hope he gets it. I hope he gets it.
Yeah, let this shit come full circle, motherfucker. Like you had Mike Stafford do what he did for you, or do what he did for you for somebody else. And help them be off the streets and put them on the right path and put them on some positivity, some dreams, some aspirations. Be that for somebody else, man. That's what life is about. Don't just take, also give. That's what life about.
Yeah, Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. Giving is the best thing. Being on the taking in all the time, that's not so good. But if you can turn around and give a positive note to somebody and really help enforce it and push it and show them how it should be, that'll work out great. Hell, you never know. You can mess around and end up with a stable full of champions. But you got to be willing to give yourself that opportunity. And in order to give yourself that opportunity, you got to be willing and aware enough of yourself to know what you got to do in order to get that opportunity.
And then that also puts you in some rarefied air too. You'll be up there with coaches like George Benton. You know what I'm saying? He was a great fighter in his day, but he became a great coach. He coaching Sweet Pea Whitaker and shit like that. Chappie, I think his name was Jack Blackburn, the guy that coached Joe Louis. He was a great fighter back in his day. He fighting Joe Gans and Barbados Joe Walcott and Sam Langford and all them guys back in the day. But he actually went to the Hall of Fame as a coach, though. Even though it's a tragedy because he should be in the Hall of Fame as a fighter and a coach, but it's still that rarefied air where you got a guy that was a real good fighter or a great fighter, then they become a great coach. And that's an opportunity that he will have. And, you know, the coaches make a living too. They get paid and all that kind of shit. So he'll be able to keep the bills paid if he's successful with his fighters. He'll be giving and benefiting at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, go ahead and go that way, AB. I'm going to put this into the atmosphere. I'm pretty sure he ain't going to listen to our live stream, but I just want that out in the atmosphere so that energy find him and push him that way.
Well, I'm going to put the energy out there that one day he might just mess around and catch us and say, you know what, these dudes really be saying some stuff, small channel, but they be hitting stuff right on the head. Champ Ross say AB long gone is sad to watch. It's like watching slow demise. AB got to hit rock bottom, and sadly enough, he hasn't yet. His friends hanging around him ain't helping the cause either. Those are a lot of good points. The rock bottom thing, man, I don't know if he close enough to the bottom right now, though, man. You know, we've seen him really, really take some smash hits. But we're gonna put the energy on a good level and you know, pray that this man makes that turnaround and finally come up and do what he needs to do. Where the heck was I? Boy, Hip Hop Number One said I had Bam KO 5. He let my ass down. he still got the knockout.
Yeah, I had KO 6, so I did get it on the head. But that was one of the only highlights I had from this weekend. This was one of those Bizarro weeks. That's what I call it. Y'all remember Bizarro with the Superman?
The backwards Superman?
Yeah, this one, them Bizarro weeks come around every now and then where you got the people that's at the bottom normally and they at the top. Like, for example, Mike Hennigan got first place this week. And third place was, goddamn, he come over, the dude that come fuck with us and shit, man, he don't be in Derek Bailey. Derek Bailey got number 3. And they ain't normally at the top. And then if you look at the bottom, you got the better people, Geneva Warren and everybody at the bottom. And then the people that's at the bottom, they at the top this week. So it's a Bizarro week. You know what I'm saying? But I forgot I posted and said congratulations to my OG Mike Hennigan, man. That slipped my mind because I was kind of busy and shit. I got to go put that up in there because it looked like we being some haters or something. He normally at the bottom, and then he finally get first place, and we don't even say nothing about it. We don't even tell him congratulations.
Whoa, he got first place?
Yeah. Bizarro week.
Shit.
That's the ultimate sign of a Bizarro week.
Yeah, I got to most definitely myself got to jump in there and say congratulations, Mike Hennigan.
Yeah, him and Derek Bailey. Derek Bailey got third place. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Bizarro weeks.
Congratulations to both of them, Derek Bailey and Mike Hennigan for Mike first place. Mike, god dang, that's big time right there. That is big time. I like hearing that. He said, "Don't leave Hennigan hanging like that." Coming from Champ Ross. He said, "Bizarro week." Good way to put it. Put it out. Good way to put it. Dang. Hip Hop Number One said, it looks like Vargas was giving his max and Bam was pacing it. It was impressive with Vargas' resistance and aggression, but his chin in Jonathan Rodriguez fight was still in my mind. So I was KO 5. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure the 5 was gonna go after the KO. Um, man, Bam, you know what? Thinking about what you're saying, what you said about bringing Lomachenko up and the guys having to keep turning with him, and it's also play the Fury. Fury gonna have to keep using his legs against Cabiel. You're right. The mental pressure of being able to keep turning, Devin Haney, keep turning and cutting this dude off at the pass. This is something that Bam usually does. It's just natural to him. I'm going to get to this side. I'm going to keep trying it. I'm going to keep trying it. And at some point, mentally, you're going to be like, damn, if this motherfucker jump over here one more time. And that seemed to be what happened. He jumped over there just one more again. And when he did, did you see the straight? I mean, he caught him right on the chin. And that first knockdown, it happened, it was the punch sounded solid and he hit the ground. My boy OB's jumped up like, whoa, did you see that? But the end of the fight, the way it was almost cartoonish, the way that fight ended, the way he stuck him, and it was like he kind of froze a little bit and fell in slow motion. When he hit the ground, he laid on his back. I don't know what he said, but it almost like when the referee was counting, it almost looked like he was like, "Yeah, it's over. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I can't get up. This man in it knocked the poop out of me."
Yeah, Bam tough. I just don't like the tattoos. That's the only knock I got against him right now.
Because he
like
tatted himself up.
Yeah, because the special guys normally don't have tattoos. That's just something that I noticed. And this is coming from a person with tattoos. I was getting tattoos in high school before they was popular. Early 2000, well, it wasn't even, about 2001, 2002 or something like that. They hadn't really took off the way that they took off eventually. But most of the time when I see them special guys, they don't have no tattoos. You'll see guys get tattoos after they take a loss. Like if you look at Sugar Shane Mosley, he had his whole career, he was clean. And then he started taking losses, he started coming back with tattoos. Earl Spence wasn't covered in tattoos, and he had that car wreck and shit.
Covered up.
Yeah, then he had that car wreck and he started getting covered in tattoos. What I've noticed is guys start getting tattoos after them losses because they trying to recapture some of the masculinity that they lost during the loss, the defeat. So they try to get it back with tattoos and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that for Bam. That kind of make him just look like another guy to me. He looked more special when he wasn't in tattoos. Now, if you are gonna get some tattoos, like Kobe, for example, Kobe didn't have tattoos until he got that one on his arm, and it kind of had some meaning behind it. So they'll just keep it simple. Like Shakur Stevenson, he get a little tattoo. You might see some guy get a little Olympic rings tattoo or something like that, but they keep it real simple. They don't go over the top with it. But it looked like he's starting to go over the top with the shit, and it just kind of make me question his confidence as a person. Because the most confident people that I've met in my life don't have tattoos. Like my uncle, for example, when he saw my tattoo, he was like, why would you spray paint a Picasso? Nigga, you a work of art. Why would you spray paint that? And that shit really stood out in my mind. Like, what is it that made me get a tattoo? I had to have seen somebody with a tattoo and was like, okay, I like that. I want to get one. So that's like showcasing my follower mentality. I'm not being a leader. You know what I'm saying? And most people with tattoos, I have that same opinion about them. You're not a leader because you're looking at somebody else and you're like, okay, I want to be like that. I want what they have. The most confident people in the world, they got that internalized confidence that they don't give a fuck what everybody else doing. They worried about what they doing. And I see that in Mayweather. I saw that with Jordan and different people. They just confident. So that's the one thing that I got against Bam, man. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope he turned out to be what I think he can be. And that's a bad motherfucking Hall of Fame fighter.
Yeah, sometimes I can give different aspects of the tattoos. Like you said, some people seem like, oh, I like that, go get it, following mentality. Some people, for me, because I got tats, my wife has tats, but she and I came together and decided we gonna commemorate each other. I'm gonna get her, she gonna get me. as our kids started coming, you know, we was like, for me, is I carry my kids and my wife everywhere. They're with me everywhere, mentally, and you know, I can look on me and I see them. I don't, my tattoos don't represent anything but family and myself. So you got that aspect of it. And some people, once that needle hit them and they get ink, it's addictive. Some people just, that one tattoo ain't enough. They got to get another one. They got to get another one. Next thing you know, they got the sleeve. Next thing you know, they got their back, their front. So, you know, it's different categories of how you can look at it and what they, why they get it. Bam hasn't taken the beat down, so it can't be. I wouldn't put it in the category of him trying to protect the masculinity.
Yeah, he's not trying to recapture nothing. That's not what I see with him. But I do see somebody that might not be as confident in his self as some other people. And like, I do give a pass to people that got tattoos with a meaning, or people that are very artistic. So like, if I see like an R&B singer or something and he gets some tattoos, I don't look at that the same, because he's an artistic person and he's expressing himself in an artistic way. But most guys ain't like that though. You know what I'm saying? Most guys are more left brain logical people. They not master artists, just the overly artistic people. You know what I'm saying? So we really monkey see, monkey do, or a lack of confidence somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And I understand, if you got the ultimate confidence in yourself, there is nothing worth putting on your body. I don't give a fuck if it's family. I don't give a damn what it is. It's some people that are that confident that there's nothing that's worth anybody marking up their body, or trusting an artist, a tattoo artist, to put a forever lasting image on their body. They are that confident that there's nothing that's important enough to do that. So it just is what it is. Everybody on the spectrum, everybody on different wavelengths on the spectrum, like different areas on the spectrum. You know what I'm saying?
Of the reasons of why.
Yeah.
I got you. I feel
but that confidence too, that confidence spectrum too. You know what I'm saying? Like I just said, some people there's nothing important enough that they want to alter their body. Yeah. I don't give a fuck what kind of meaning it got. They are not gonna alter their body because they love themselves that much. They feel so highly of themselves that there's nothing worth putting on their body. And when I think about that, I'm thinking about people like my uncles and shit. Like, they ain't got no tattoo. My dad is like that too. My dad don't have no tattoos. And they are some of the most confident people that I've ever met in my life. And it just made me look at myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not as confident as them. I can't be, because I'm showing the outward expression of how I'm not as confident as them.
I get you on that. But like I said, for me, you know, it's carry my family, mine. You know, I don't have my brothers and sisters. I just got my babies, my wife, and my MZ. And for me, I'm carrying them with me. No matter where they are, I can look and they go Lavoie, they go Danielle, they go Evan, they go Jessica, they go my son. And of course, the hand and hold of Mike got the MZ on it.
Yeah.
He said Neary got knocked out recently against Casemiro, old ass.
Casemiro, nigga.
What did I say? How you say it?
Sounds quite the same though, but you should know who Casemiro is though, to just automatically just know who you're talking about. You know?
Yeah, I know. So where was I? Old ass. Nakatami started off too slow against Inoue. Inoue not looking undefeatable. I mean unbeatable at the moment. But yeah, he's still superstar. How would I respect Inoue. I know he's a great fighter and everything. I remember going at it. I can't remember who I was going at it with. I was saying that I felt like his superstardom would grow even that much more if he came over here to the States and showed out. I mean, showed out. And somebody brought up a point. Well, he came over here once or twice. How many times has he been over here? Twice?
Something like that. Not very many.
Not enough for the people here to get a good whiff of him. So I still stand by the statement that if you want to be a superstar, you could be a superstar at home. that's abroad. But if you come over here to where the melting pot is just chalked with talent, I think, and I always believe that America is the spot to just really make your star shoot the stratosphere. You can go up there with the planets at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's just my way of thinking. And Hip Hop Number One said, I think Bam will fight him in the next 2 fights. So you thinking that Inoue and Bam will be locking horns in about 2 more fights? I'm gonna put that on my Rolodex. If it pop up, I'm gonna remember Hip Hop Number One said. But you said it too. You know, probably had one more fight where he is, and then the smart thing to be would be to attack Inoue at this moment. Bam, young, confident. These things could play a good role as long as he stays, because his trajectory could be one of those. He could be a Lomachenko. Well, not a Lomachenko, but his name could be stuck in there with that, with Inoue. Especially if you go over there and beat Inoue, then who is this? Who? If he beats Inoue in 2 fights, let's just, hypothetically, if that happens and he go out there and not just beat him, but shine. Like, you said something to make me look at the fight a little differently, because I was saying that old boy was doing pretty good with him. And I just read his name and still can't remember his name. Vargas. Vargas was doing pretty good in the beginning of the fight, but you did say something that I just didn't let come into my mind, and that was Bam was downloading. He was downloading, and he was getting information that he needed. How do I need to move? When do I need to move? Because I did notice he was slipping punches. He did, he caught a couple, but for the most part, when my mind is starting to think on it now, and I'm starting to see them in the ring, I noticed how he would pull his move, that he would cover his chin, make sure he covered his chin for sure, and he kind of ducked up under Vargas, leaned into him, and pushed back on him a little bit. I don't know if he was testing to see exactly what Vargas would do after that, but by him covering his chin the way he did, it did make me notice that he was prepared for just in case he threw an uppercut or something like that, or some short hook. But I did notice that he started doing that, and then when he did it, like maybe the 3rd time, a body shot up out of it, and then he stepped back and went after the head with a nice 1-2. So what you said, it makes sense. There was some downloading of going on of what could happen, of what he was looking for to be able to attack with, because I noticed him doing that in the fight, and he started doing it pretty seriously and heavily in like round 3 and 4, and that's when he kind of started changing, because he caught Vargas a couple of times. He caught Vargas with a nice hook that rattled Vargas, and Vargas kind of took. You know how you notice somebody get hit and it's a good lick because they body do this little. It's a little weird thing they do. It's the way they step back, and you could see that affected them. You know what I mean? They hands and everything, the way they covering themselves, everything kind of makes a change. That step back that they do, it's like an energy bolt, energy jolt, and got snatched out of him for a brief second. And Bam caught him like that twice within that fight before the knockdown came.
Yeah, I had seen that shit in one of them MMA fights I was watching with Yasser. Yasser done put together this little old parlay and shit. He talking about, yeah, man, I'm 99.99999% sure this shit gonna hit. Nigga, we went out there and lost all that shit.
I was just going to say, that's really damn sure. 99.99999. That's a lot of nines behind that.
Yeah. We went out there and lost all that shit. And then one of the fights, was salute to my boy Yasser. I'm just fucking with him and shit. We win together, we lose together, nigga. It is what it is. Because it ain't like I just been on fire my own self with the boxing, even though I have got a few wins here lately, you know what I'm saying? But the fight, I can't remember this guy's name, but it was in the main event at the White House, and one of the guys is American. So, it's a chance he probably gonna win. We was going with the other guy. But that American was fighting back like a motherfucker. He hit the dude with a right hand. That motherfucker had to take a step back and reassess what was taking place right now. You know what I'm saying? So that just made me think of that when you said Bam hit the motherfucker, made him take a step back and reevaluate his life for a second. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's the best way I can explain it. It just looked like they get jolted. And for a split second, it might not be long, but when you watching it, you see it. It's like everything changed for a hot second. Like, what the hell was that? That's the best way I can put it. And he called old boy twice like that, right before the knockdown. So it makes sense what you're saying now, you know, him downloading the data. And then my mind going back to it now, and I'm seeing the way he had started leaning down and kind of pushed the old boy and went to that body. One time he did it, went to the body, shot over to the dorsal side, and went after that. You know how you shoot that straight, but it's coming from the side because that's where you at.
Yeah.
That's a pretty move to me, man. And when Bam does it, it just Lomachenko did it too. I ain't gonna lie, Lomachenko did it too. But for me, when Bam do it, it just looks so graceful.
Yeah, Bam got a little bit more one-punch power for his weight class than Lomachenko had too. So it looked more devastating when he started landing the punches. Like, he a knockout artist. I can't really say that Lomachenko was a knockout artist. Even though he got a lot of stoppages, I didn't look at him as a knockout artist. Bam is a knockout artist. He trying to get your ass the fuck up out of there. You know what I'm saying? But hey, salute to Bam, man, representing Texas. That's my number one fighter that I'm a fan of these days. It's been like that for a while. When I first seen him, I couldn't stop watching him. I watched all this footage on YouTube. So that's how I knew. I said, yeah, this motherfucker here is special. If he gonna hold my attention like this, I know this motherfucker got something. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Bam a bad motherfucker.
He was, you know, after the game, you know, I told my wife, because, you know, she was not too happy about it. You know, she's a Spurs fan. I had to put her on suicide watch. Make sure she ain't go out there and lay on that ant bed and tell him, just take me.
Yeah.
She started that fight with those damn ants. But I told her, I was like, baby, we got a champion tonight still. Bam Rodriguez did his thing. I can't even put in words the look that she gave me because her Spurs took a loss. But I guess it's a big loss when you ain't winning the championship and you done lost a gentleman's sweep because you only can win one game. But what can you say about it? He said, hey, Donahue, don't he? Henny, what the hell?
I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I ain't got nothing to say. Nigga, say it as best as you can, brother.
Doheny?
That's what
Doheny? You call him Doheny?
Yeah.
Got dominated by Nick Ball and they low-level Japanese guy anyway knocked out a few fights back, was landing lunches. Joan Kim, and Cardenas, who was fighting on the Pro Box, gave him a tough one.
Okay. Yeah, I fucked around and picked against Cardenas on accident this motherfucking weekend. And
You pressed the wrong button?
Nah, I just going kind of fast and put Martinez instead of Cardenas. And took a loss, cost myself 10 points on that bullshit.
Oh yeah, you bizarroed all the way around the block.
Yeah, I do that shit sometimes though. It's rare, but I do it sometimes. Hell, I'm a human. Humans gonna mess up every now and then. Players fuck up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand they do, because they told us on Friday.
Yeah.
When he put the shirt on backwards.
Yeah.
Why y'all didn't help me when she was spraying me with she was spraying me with out there in the yard. Take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. He's still I've been pepper sprayed plenty of times.
Yeah.
Take 3 minutes. You got 2 to go. Or was it 5 minutes and 3 to go?
I think go ahead.
No, Houston says tickets how many?
No, I was gonna say I think he had it right the first time, but I might be wrong.
He said, I'm sportsmanship, bro. I'll get my sneaky uppercuts in. I'm needing you to go ahead. I'm needing you to go ahead and say that you're gonna go ahead and take care of Gil Coles, you willing to meet him in the ring with your sneaky uppercuts.
Yeah, we don't want to hear the philosophy, nigga. We want to hear that you accept the fight.
And go ahead and lock it in.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Have some confidence in yourself. You doing your thing, even though the picks you say been hard, you still been making the right ones. Seem like you shining under the bright lights. Go ahead, man, because Gil Coles is feeling himself. Came on last week. Trey, I told him, I was like, Trey probably somewhere taking somebody's money. Nah, Trey on concussion protocol. That's what he said. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, we're gonna let him have his moment. You know what I'm saying? He over there winning and shit. We're gonna let him have his moment. But we ain't gonna forget who the 5 is in this motherfucker. We got a few of them. We got me, we got Yasa, we got Napoleon. So we ain't gonna forget who the 5s are in this motherfucker. We got some 4.5s too, like the Kane, who could really be a 5. Joseph Brown, Eric Carr like a 3.5. He might be a 4 by now. I think he a 4. Yeah, I think Eric Carr is a 4 now. But we ain't gonna forget the hierarchy. Gil Cole's like a 3.5, but he trying to ascend. But we gonna let him have his little moment, talk his little shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he went out there and got the victories.
Yeah, he doing his thing. I guess it's time for me to come in and turn my 3 into a 5. Yes, that's my aim for the season coming up.
You got to be in it to win it, though, man.
You just hit me say the season coming up. I already told you. I already pulled my boots and stuff out, start signing them up. I'm finna start training. Y'all better look out.
Fuck shot in your shoes. You better start doing your road work, nigga.
That too. But I want them to look good as I'm out there running. You know what I'm saying? My legacy got to shine. But I'm getting ready. Yeah, missing that Marlowe's Corner shit. Good times. I do listen to this show most weeks. Salute MZ. I sure appreciate you messing with me on the low. I sure appreciate it coming through and kicking it with me. Because y'all make, what you say, the tonic thing to your old aching bones, Trey. Remember you used to say that?
Yeah, like tonic from an aching body.
That's exactly what I get when I come on here and kick it with you guys. I get that good
but we ain't going to let him deceive us with flattery. We need you to take that smoke against Gil Coles. We don't need the philosophy. We don't need the flattery.
What you say, flattery? Well, flattery ain't gonna get you nowhere, but right here it's gonna get you a little something. It's gonna get you. I appreciate it, but still, go ahead and say, yeah, man. Gil Coles just talking that talk. Y'all both in the top 5. It's time for y'all to rumble.
How about this? Me and Gil Coles just had a trilogy. I won the first one, and Gil Coles came back and won the next 2, so he won the trilogy. Why don't you go out there and handle my lightweight one time, hip hop? Go out there and avenge your boy, because he went out there and took me down after trilogy and shit, man. Go out there and get revenge for your boy, man. This is your Taylor gang brother. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and get revenge for me one time, man, and take that smoke.
Man, don't put it on the Taylor gang.
Yeah, that's my Taylor gang brother, man.
You got to come on with it now.
Yeah, you got to have my back.
He said, I type too much shit, man. Don't got to read all that. That's the blessings of over here on NZ Talk Boxing. I try to read it all. I might mess up a lot. Hell, I might mess up 90%.
It ain't that high, but it's up there, though.
Hey, I'll screw a sentence up in a minute and desecrate somebody's name and keep rolling like it didn't happen. And then Trey X or Lala be like, that ain't what I said. That is not what I wrote. Lala come on here and be like, MZ, you did it and you still did it wrong. I'll read it again. You still did it wrong. I'll be wanting to put her on mute sometime. But it's all good. He say facts. No, this going back to the basketball. Facts. Spurs got out-coached and outplayed. Fox might get shot in SA. Man. I hope not. Our fans got beat up in New York. That was just sad.
Man, and fuck that, MZ. If he dies, he dies.
Oh, no.
I'm telling you, I down there hate Fox. It's a few people that I hate right now. Elon Musk will probably never leave the list. I just hate that motherfucker. Man. That child motherfucker that shot that boy, Cyrus. I hate that motherfucker. I'm talking about. I wish I could do something bad to him and his family, including his wife. I know y'all say, well, you don't supposed to do nothing to a woman. Fuck that hoe. She the one that started all this shit. Chasing the boy around the store and following him, fucking with him and shit. Then she went and sicked the fucking husband and son on the dude when he leaving. So fuck that bitch. I wish I could do something bad to that hoe. Put some hot curling irons in that bitch and turn that shit on. But
Damn.
yeah, square business. Now, De'Aaron Fox ain't quite on that level, but he still is not on my favorite people in the world list right now. You know what I'm saying?
you, you just, oh man, I might need counseling after that statement. God, that's whoo, that's harsh.
Man, I ain't bullshitting. I hate that bitch, bro. The whole family, all the motherfuckers, the jurors that found the motherfucker not guilty, all that shit. I can't think of no rational reason why this dude got off with this shit. Chasing a boy down about some bitch ass water and shooting him in his motherfucking back. Like,
That's
man,
the
fuck
part
that
right
fuck,
there.
man.
You shot him in the back. How do you acquit that?
We already know. Then they make up legislation to protect these bitch ass Asians and shit. Man, fuck that shit. And I feel kind of bad because like I do play poker with some Asians and all that type of shit. And I like them because they bring money to the game and they're not very good. You know what I'm saying? And they have been nice to me. So I guess I can't be like mad at the whole Asian community. But these motherfuckers right here, bro, I
The
wish I could
bad
do
ones.
bad to them folks, man. I ain't bullshitting. I even get mad when I hear people call the dude Mr. Chow. The fuck you calling him Mr. for? Fuck that motherfucker Chow. Like, man, I can't stand them folks, bro.
I feel you. I do. And what can I say? Once you get on that road, Big E tell you, once I get started, it's hard to stop. So let me keep reading. Oh, I did miss Champ Ross when he came in. Sup, fellas? Late to the party as usual, but you made it. Sup, MZ, Trey X, Ernest, Hip Hop. Oh, he came in and spoke to everybody. What about that gold medalist, Trey X? He might be the dark horse outside looking in.
Yeah, I saw what he was talking about Bakadir Jalaloff, but he gotta get some action, man. He gotta get up in the mix. He ain't getting no younger either. You know what I'm saying? Like how old is he? Like early 30s already? He gonna have to get up in there, man. You get caught up in that legislation or politics shit or going to court and all that shit, that be costing them folks years, man. Like Andre Ward. He
Man,
was steady going to court and shit and not being in the ring. And then he came back and he had what, 4 fights? Because he beat that Cuban. I can't think of his name. Then he came back and he beat that one motherfucker that was running all the time. Then he beat Sergey Kovalev twice, and that was the end of it. After he went to court and shit for all them years. So Jalaloff, he been spending more time in court than in the ring. So hopefully he get up in there because I believe in him. But he got to get some action.
outside noise is always mess up everything. Don't matter which athlete it is, it will mess up everything. It knock everything off the tracks. Champ Ross said Amir Anderson. I never saw him. Just seeing him on the undercard, so I put him on. I guess we'll learn about him Saturday.
Oh, okay. So I'll get the chance to look him up then.
See what he do. He said, "Salute Champ Ross. I need that top third. That what? I need on the top of that third podium. Shoot, ain't nothing for you to do. Ain't nothing for it. If you go ahead and accept the Gil Cole challenge, because he came on here and called you out so brightly. He put it like, I heard you was looking for me. So now you found me. What's up?
Yeah, this is a gladiator tank over here, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to get your paper over here. Yeah, we all cool and we like to laugh and have fun and shit, but it's a gladiator tank over here, man. Don't forget that. You know what I'm saying? So go on out there and get your paper.
Yeah, there it is. See, Amir Anderson was a good amateur. He was wasting. He was fighting on misfits and wasting his talent.
You fighting on misfits. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see who y'all talking about.
apparently, hip hop pretty much he got the inside track on us because he seemed to know about it more than we do. They say Amir. Oh, this Moody Trey Weather. They say Amir is a 9-time national champion, 7-0 with 7 KOs as a pro.
He from the United States? I guess so. With Amir Anderson, do sound like a United States guy. Yeah, I got to see what's up with him. Sound like he at least a bona fide 3.5 from the sound of it.
That boy Chan Ross say Broner coaching. That don't even sound right. Actually, it do. If you really think about it, and you sit down and you just let it rumble around in your mind a little bit, Broner would make a hell of a coach.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too.
They think this Amir Anderson going to do big things, but he's not fought anyone worth talking about yet.
He only got 7 fights.
Yeah.
What the fuck they expect? What weight class is it? I hate when people talk like that. Motherfucker got 7 fights and they tell me he ain't fought nobody. Like, what the fuck you expect? You got 7 fights. That's par for the course.
Dang, Taylor Gang, an alcoholic and retired. I need to do it for Scotland now.
Yeah, man. Ever since he lost his coach, man, that Shane McGuigan, he just wasn't the same guy. I hate that for my boy. And now he done took some losses and he talking about he drinking. Yeah, it's over with. You go out there and lose to Echo Esmond, a fucking domestic fighter. It just is what it is. But at the end of the day, the history books will remember him as a 140-pound undisputed champion. That's what he's going down in history as. Taylor Gang.
Man, he go, wait, I only got 70 points or something for the Cardenas and who is it? True and Fight. Good, but no bonuses. And that woman card was a black eye for boxing, except for the Tierra Brown fight. I didn't realize Tierra was that old.
Yeah.
I did not.
Too.
Who?
Police officer.
Oh, so she get to whoop ass 2 ways, in the ring and when she catching the perp.
Yeah.
It's an interesting point, Trey. Never thought about that. Yeah, them legs want to go to sleep. Here go one about the tattoos. What about the Mike Tyson face tat? That did come after his loss to damn it, what's the boy's name?
Lennox.
Buster Doug. No, he had a tattoo before Lennox. I thought he got the. If I'm remembering correctly, I could have swore the tattoo showed up after the Buster Douglas fight. When you said that they had to fight that Bam would be over there and everybody would be sleeping, you wake up and be like, what the hell? That's kind of what happened with Mike Tyson. I didn't see the fight as it happened, but the news came and they was like, Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas. I was like, quit playing, man. He didn't lose no damn Buster Douglas. Then the news came on.
Yeah, I remember staying up to watch that fight with my family and shit. And everybody was crunk watching the fight. And my dad was talking about Buster Douglas. He was like, man, this nigga getting off with this jab and shit, man. This shit looking kind of good. And everybody was like, man, just hold on, man. Mike gonna get it together. And my dad was like, shit, I'm holding. But I'm looking at this jab in his right hand that he putting on this motherfucker. And the fight kept on going. He did get a knockdown on Buster Douglas with the uppercut and shit. Buster was on the ground mad. He punching the mat and shit. He get up and he get right back to work on his motherfucking ass. Had one of the prettiest sequences that I ever had when he was flickering, that I ever seen. I mean, when he was flickering that jab, took a half a step back, right uppercut. Looked like the uppercut took his whole head off his neck. This one motherfucker said when he hit him with the uppercut, he looked up in the air because he thought his head had flew up in the air when he hit him with the uppercut. Came back with the hook right hand, left hand, right hand, and the motherfucker was on the ground, getting up, looking crazy, trying to pick his mouthpiece up and put that bitch in sideways, just raggedy as a roach out there. Yeah, that shit that was crazy, man. But yeah. That's
I was
definitely one of the most memorable nights of boxing that I ever remember in my life.
yeah, I actually didn't see the fight until after the fact. But I still couldn't believe. I was like, you know how you finally start watching the fight and you know that the guy lost, but you like, I got to see this bullshit because I just don't believe it. They lying to me. I didn't even believe the news when the news said Mike. I was like, man, this got to be some kind of joke. But then I saw it, and I was like, oh wow, oh wait a minute. The people tried to make the argument. Buster was down for 13 seconds.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, that was a big part of it.
Buster really lost. Mike won that fight. I'm like, oh yeah, you could say he was down for a long time, but seeing that they let him get up, the fight continued. And
Yeah.
Mike just didn't have it.
That
And
was one of the most pretty performances in the history of heavyweight boxing.
And when you hear his story behind it, he just lost his mom. You know, he had a lot riding on it. He had a chip on his shoulder. You know, he was just in that zone that you could say, like, you know how you look at something, you be like, it didn't matter who came in that night to fight him. They 9 times out of 10 would have lost. It was that kind of one of those kind of situations you're seeing.
That motherfucker looked like Larry Holmes out there. That now I'm talking about prime Larry Holmes, not the 38-year-old version that fought Mike. I'm talking about
The one with the
prime,
smooth jab that
the
was
smooth jab. Boy, he had the feints, he had the head movement, he put the right hand on him, he brought back the hook. Man, that was one of the most gorgeous performances that you will ever see in the heavyweight division, man, of all time. All time. They need to give Buster his credit for that motherfucking fight. Stop making all them goddamn excuses. Everybody want to just idolize Mike and love Mike, and I understand. You know, Mike was a bad motherfucker, but don't take away what took place in Tokyo that night, 1991, I think. Don't take that away.
Yeah, you're right. You can't take it away from him. Only thing I'll say with Mike Tyson, if I had to compare his downfalls with somebody else, I would put him and Adrian Broner kind of the same thing. I feel like Mike Tyson, once Cus D'Amato died, I feel like there was nobody in Mike's corner to help pick up the pieces.
No, he had Kevin Rooney, but when he lost Kevin Rooney, that's when it really fell apart.
Yeah, Kevin Rooney is the one that said that they pulled the gun on him, right?
Because that's Teddy Atlas. I ain't talking about Teddy. I'm talking about Kevin Rooney.
I thought it was Teddy. Wait.
Yeah, Teddy Atlas, nigga, the one with the eye.
Yeah, he was the one that pulled the gun on Mike.
He had an all-star corner camp, man. He had Cus D'Amato, he had Teddy Atlas, and Kevin Rooney at one point. Teddy Atlas used to be the one that used to travel with him most of the time. And that motherfucker be outside crying and shit before his fights, and Teddy Atlas had to calm him down so he can go in there and fight. But he the one that had like I think a 14, 15-year-old stepdaughter or something like that.
I thought it was his niece.
Well, some female that was in his family that was young, and he didn't like the behavior from Mike Tyson towards that young lady, and he pulled that gun on his motherfucking ass.
Yeah. I feel what you're saying that he had them, but I think Cus was like the glue. It's hard for me to break it down, but I feel like when he lost Cus, I don't think that Teddy and Rooney had the same reach to him like Cus D'Amato did.
Yeah, but Kevin Rooney he was putting his foot in his ass and making them get up at 4 a.m. and go get this motherfucking road work in and to stay with the program. That's what Kevin Rooney had. And he was a link to the past because he worked with Cus D'Amato. It ain't like he just got some guy fresh off the motherfucking streets. Kevin Rooney was a disciplinarian. That's why he got away from him and went to that dude that didn't even have an in-swell at the fight.
Right.
He got cold water in a glove. Yeah, and that was after Kevin Rooney. Now, yes, you are correct. Cus D'Amato was the one, he was the heartbeat of the whole situation. But once Cus D'Amato was gone, Kevin Rooney did a damn good job of keeping the ship afloat. Because when Mike Tyson won them championships, Customato was already gone. It was Kevin Rooney who was keeping this shit going. I don't even think Customato saw Mike Tyson as a champion. He was already dead. It was Kevin Rooney that had this shit rolling. And if you ask any historian, they say that him losing Kevin Rooney was the beginning of the end. Because he was sleeping on silk sheets and shit now. He don't want to get up at 4 a.m. and go run. He don't want to run 10 miles. He want to run 5 miles now. He don't want to do the things that was keeping everything on point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you. Vargas would get respect for the fight. He came in and wasn't phased. No, he wasn't phased. Just Bam stuck to the game plan, figured out what he needs to do, saw the hole, and attacked the hole. The rest is history. That knockout was pretty. That sequence was pretty. The way he fell down, though, was just slow motion. It seemed like slow motion. Fell down and just rolled over on his back and was like, yep, that's it, y'all. That's it. So I'm trying to think of who else got questionable tattoos now.
Yeah.
When I saw Earl talking to Andre Ward, I couldn't believe how much of his body was covered. Both his legs are covered. His arms are covered. I think his back is covered. The dude just covered everywhere.
Yeah.
Hip Hop #1 said he watched that UFC stuff on 2. I think the main event was a big upset as far as I know.
Yeah, I was sitting up there like I was talking to Yasa. I say, look, they fighting at the White House and they got the American as the underdog. I wasn't too confident about that motherfucker losing. Like y'all fighting in front of Trump at the White House. And we got the American in the main event and he's supposed to lose? Does that make sense?
Well,
hell no, it don't make sense. I'll answer it for you, nigga. That don't make sense.
Hold on, let me get into this. We all fighting in front of Trump. Now I'm gonna ask a question because it seemed like a lot of people, young people, have a misunderstanding about old Trump. But let me put it like this. When has Trump ever proved to be a true winner without some bullshit? Never. Ever. Y'all actually had an event, unprecedented, in front of the White House, the place that the presidents live, the place that is supposed to be the heartbeat of America. Y'all turned into some kind of fairground. The most cheesiest thing I believe anybody can do. You disrespected hundreds of years of history. Might not have been the greatest history, but it was disrespected by having UFC fighters, any fights, in front of the White House on the White House lawn, having people pay to come and see it, when this is supposed to be possibly the most secure house in America. And y'all got this bullshit going on in front of it. That's the way I felt and looked at it when I saw it. I was like, that is the most craziest thing for me to see. I've seen some crazy stuff in my life, but to see that, it's still not computing to me. And then you made it even worse because you had, I don't even know the dude's name with the red, with the American flag thing on his head, get up there and call one of the ex-first ladies a transgender man, a woman.
Yeah, all of that ain't got shit to do with the topic that I was talking about.
I feel you. I'm just saying, for me, I feel you feel like the Americans do. You in front of the White House, you should be the favorite.
No, I'm saying, why the fuck would you pick against the American? Like this, we at the White House in front of Trump. Why would you pick against the American? That shit's fucking crazy to me. That, like, I felt like that was a gift. Like if it's any situation like that, give me the home guy. I'm not going, if it could be by hook or by crook, but I'm not going to go against the American in the main event of the fucking White House fights. You really think all these people gathered together to watch America lose?
Nah, that wasn't the
Man,
point.
I'm telling you, that shit take me back to when the Patriots played the fucking Rams. And that shit was after 9/11. And everybody was taking the Rams. They were the greatest show on turf. And my girlfriend at the time, she had a brother. He was a very smart guy. And he came to me and said, the Patriots winning this Super Bowl. He said, this shit is symbolic, man. We just had 9/11. You really think that America about to go down again? Hell no. This is about to be an upset. Shit, the Patriots winning this. And then that's what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? America ain't about to put on no spectacle for us to go down in flames, especially in a symbolic type of situation. This is Trump's birthday party or whatever you want to call it. We at the White House. That's unprecedented. We ain't never seen no shit like this. Prime time. We on Paramount Plus, fighting like a motherfucker. We got the American in the main event, and we expecting him to lose? Like, come on, man.
I feel you. I I mess with my son all the time because he shared that same day. Like, damn, why the Bulls couldn't win the day before or the day after? But it is what it is. Shit. Suleiman made a call for Trey to get special WBC curtains belt. Suleiman out here handing out the courage belt to Ali Walsh. He gave Ali Walsh a courage belt. Didn't know that.
Who the fuck is Ali Walsh?
Muhammad Ali's great grandson.
Oh, Nico Ali Walsh,
yeah.
Motherfucker. Okay, yeah.
Wanted to make sure that Trey received the curtains belt. Damn. Did you get it?
Nah, I don't need. What you read? What you read?
Champ Ross. With the Suleiman made a call for Trey to get the special WBC curtains belt. You don't see it?
Yeah, I see it, but I don't know what the curtains belt mean. What that mean?
I have no idea. He said, "I'll put hands and feet for the corner." We done got something to sound like a fight might be getting ready to get made.
Yeah.
Sound like no. Then it went downhill when he said okay. I didn't realize that the alcohol came after middleweight USA guy Tierra Brown and Jennifer Hand police officers. I didn't know that.
No, Jennifer Hand, the police officer too. I didn't know that either.
See, I agree with the Magoo. The
Shane McGuigan. That's
what kind of name is that?
Shane McGuigan, man. He come from a family of trainers in the UK, and he was the trainer for Josh Taylor. And then they got jammed up with that Kinahan bullshit. And Kinahan, I think he removed Josh Taylor away from McGuigan. He put him over there with Tyson Fury, old coach. Can't remember.
That's the dude that they said was a mob boss or something?
Yeah, the Kinahan motherfucker was.
Okay.
And Josh Taylor was in business with the motherfuckers.
Who making the beauty scale in women's boxing panel?
The beauty scale? Yeah, I don't think we can come up with a scale like that because that's subjective.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
Yeah, that's a subjective scale because beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Ain't that the truth? I done seen some stuff, but what's beautiful for one person is but ugly for somebody else.
Absolutely.
So
I don't like getting into that shit anyway because I don't like people having an opinion on my opinion. Like, nigga, I don't need nobody assessing what I think is beautiful. Just worry about what you think is beautiful and stay the fuck out my business. That's how I am with this shit. I'm not gonna tell nobody who they should think look good. I like what I like, you like what you like, and let's just do our thing. But if I say what I like and then somebody come and give me a critique on what I like, man, if you don't get the
You
fuck
need
out
to
of my
get punched
face,
in the eye.
I am not with that, bro. Said I got my opinion and I'm gonna respect everybody else's opinion. Like who you like.
Yeah, that's simple and plain. Like who you like. Sugar Neeks, my ex-wife, who don't stop calling. So she off the menu. Who is Sugar Neeks?
Uh,
So I can go peep at her.
is that the one from Australia? That chick with them tattoos, she looked like a model or some shit. I think that might be the one that Kane said he think looked good.
There's a few of them that I feel like, it's nice looking. I just like the fight today. I mean, like the fact that these women is throwing hands. Beauty and power, beauty and warrior. Like Xena. You remember Xena, the
Warrior Princess?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're getting right now, lately today. You said Tierra Brown is she in her late 30s. You said 38, right? Dang.
Well, last time I saw she was 36, so she might be 37 now.
Yeah, that's on the down slope. Yeah, good win against Scott Nichols, too. Kevin Rooney, son of Kevin Rooney Jr., works for Eddie Hearn now. He's the USA matchmaker, does a good job.
Oh, that's what's up.
They had that fighter as an underdog because they were using the triangle theory. That's from Moody Trayweather.
Triangle theory is very powerful in boxing, though. I would have to get the details about the triangle theory, but I have seen, like, just analyzing boxing, when two fighters have a common opponent, that's powerful. And most of the times when I go against that shit, I take a L. I lost the whole Ross championship off that shit. I'll never forget that shit. That Mexican with 3 names.
You know about going against the Mexican with 3 names. He fighting for everybody.
Yeah, he fought this dude, an Olympian. I think he was from Spain. But I had the Mexican with 3 names. I can't think of his name. He one of them little guys. He got a lot of power and shit, knocking motherfuckers out. And he fought this dude, his last name Cardona or Cordova. That's what his name. He was an Olympian. And they got a common opponent. The Mexican with 3 names stopped the motherfucking 6 rounds. Cordova went the distance with the dude. So I had the Mexican with 3 names by decision. I had the majority decision. I get to listening to this motherfucker hyphy and me not being as confident in myself as I should be. I'm covered in tattoos and shit. I ain't confident. And I allowed my opinion to be swayed. And I took Cordova. And that fight right there cost me the whole fucking championship. That's the season that I got second place in King, that Scumbo Baggins got first.
Yeah.
That's what gave him first place. That motherfucking fight right there. Triangle theory would have got me the win. I'm still hyped about that shit.
You just shot me. You just shot a good one. You see, he didn't even use the man's name. He said, "Scumbo back."
I couldn't remember his name anyway. Oh, King of the Kim folks. Yeah, King of the Kim folks.
And that name came because I kept messing it up. Listen, he just calling this man anything. I was like, yeah, you're right. I did just because I couldn't see putting King of Kings in front. I only know one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, Shamika Johnson. Yeah. There are some beautiful women. There's some beautiful women in the boxing right now. They are. But like you said, Trey, it's subjective. You might say this person look good. Somebody be like, oh, she ain't. You just disrespected my opinion.
Yeah, that Shanika Johnson, that's who the Kane say he like. I know that Champ Ross said he like the Latino fighter that fight with Golden Boy. I think she come from Costa Rica or some shit like that. She pretty. I like Carissa.
Me too.
I like
Caroline.
Straight. Yeah, Caroline, she's straight. Bone going to straight. What's the one chick that had the forehead back in the day? She was
Natasha
Jonas.
Jonas.
She was pretty. It's several of them that was pretty. I thought Sinisa Estrada was pretty. That don't mean that I want to smash her, but I
Right.
thought that she was pretty though. Yeah, it's several of them that's pretty.
Neoma Valley, that's my
Your Costa Valle, I think her name is.
what do you put?
I don't know what the fuck that is. That shit look like some Hindu, or not Hindu, but what's the some Arabic or something that nigga done typed up in there. Yeah, Shanisa Estrada. Shanisa Estrada, she need to get her respect too. She one of the greatest women's fighters of all time. She done retired early, so people not gonna give her the credit that she deserved, but she is one of maybe top 5 greatest women's fighters of all time. If you look at the way she done whooped the shit out of her opponents, and she done fought some good ones too. That woman there was cold. That's her sister. You say that's your Costa's sister. Okay, I ain't seen the sister. I do be seeing your Costa when she be weighing in the bathing suits and all that shit.
Yeah.
I don't really like to go outside my race too much though, cause I be to let them get away with some shit. Hell, I done that before. I got some head from a Mexican chick one long time ago when I was young.
Wait, what?
I did. I got some head from a Mexican chick when I was young. And then after that, she had said some things that I normally wouldn't let a bitch get away with. Like she said the N-word, not in a mean type of way, but like in a casual type of way. And I normally would check that shit. But I'm sitting up there thinking, man, that head was so motherfucking good, man. I might not need to take a chance on messing up this chemistry. So I let the bitch get away with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boy, that boy Trey X been hot tonight. It ain't much that can be said that made me say, wait, what? But tonight I'd have had to wait what moments. Hey, man, I'll get some head from a Mexican girl. Whoa, you had a throat goat running around, huh? Yeah,
that bitch that was cold, man. And I let her get away with some shit that I normally wouldn't let a bitch get away with. You know what I'm saying? But that's also in the Bible too. Like King Solomon, he had them chicks that he was messing with from different countries and shit. He over there worshiping their gods and all that kind of shit. He done let them hoes get away with something he normally wouldn't let a bitch get away with.
Exactly. he done did what Red Fox said, that's some mean stuff, make a man change his religion.
Move the check with us, I get mad and keep getting some of that head. That's what I was
thinking. Get mad and get head. Which one?
I sold out and got some more of that head, nigga. I don't even like it.
Man, that was a good one.
For some head, boy. And you know what? That's probably what a lot of niggas be doing. Get the fucking with them chicks and then get caught up. And next thing you know, they love them Snow Bunny because they done went so hard in the bedroom and shit. And he done changed up his whole little old. You know what I'm saying?
Time to make a decision here.
Yeah.
It's time to make a decision. I'm gonna stand strong for my Snow Bunny. Cause she doing some stuff.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie, even coming up as a kid, youngster, you see cats with the Snow Bunny, and they would always say, "Oh man, she go hard in the room. She go hard behind those closed doors." Okay, that's all I can say. Camp Ross say decisions.
Yeah.
Which way do we go?
Yeah, that bitch got an N-word pass that night. But it was one Snow Bunny we had back in the day. It was a crazy situation that I ever seen in my life. She stayed with her dad, and she would literally have niggas lined up outside the house waiting to get their turn. And her dad is in the living room. Like, you got to walk past him in the living room to get to the room.
Was he an alcoholic?
I don't know if he was alcoholic. I actually never saw him because it was dark all the time, and he was sitting like in this dark corner of the room, and you could just see his cigarette lit up. And he might say what's up to you or something when you come in that motherfucker.
He might have been peeking through some hole in the wall.
Yeah, but his daughter was going live. I'm talking about she had niggas lined up to go off in there and get some head or whatever they was doing. I was just trying to get some throat. It would only be like emergency. It would just be emergency. Like, damn, man, I ain't got nothing going on, man. Let me go holler at this bitch over here, man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but yeah, that was crazy. Like her father is at home. And everybody always say, man, the father being in the home changes things. And it does overall, but not all the time. And that was one of them times where it didn't. It did not help at all. Because she doing what she want to do, whether he home or not.
Tree ain't see. There was this nobody. Hey, everybody lined up in front of the house. And then it came out later, he was in the line too.
Shit, that's how I know about them.
My goodness.
Yeah, my partner put me on that bitch. I was young. I was like 18, 19 years old and shit. I wouldn't dare do no shit like that these days, nigga. I'm in my 40s now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I heard it all tonight, boy. They say Bumgarner had potential to be the number one, but that overconfidence, I gotta keep her humble.
Yeah, but she ain't got no chest at all to like.
None.
It
Nothing.
takes away her femininity a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like she got a pretty face. She looked when she was on them PEDs.
Boy,
she was looking real good. Waist down, neck up and waist down. But she ain't got no chest at all, like no adipose tissue. Sometimes you just want to lay down on them things and relax with your woman and shit. I don't want to feel like I'm laying on a nigga chest. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. I do understand. Ain't nothing like laying down on some pillows.
Yeah, all day long. Her whole body look hard.
Well, she looked like she got a little softer since she ain't been working out. A little bit.
Yeah, she do look a little softer, but still, I like that adipose tissue. Man, give me a little cushion to relax on.
You see, O'Shea got big chest for women's boxers.
O'Shea, I ain't never noticed that about O'Shea.
Caroline Dubois ain't too little when it comes to the pillows.
Yeah, Carolyn straight. She just got them spaces between her teeth that kind of throw me off.
Yeah, that's just you notice when you. I almost said something crazy, but I'm gonna leave the crazy stuff for you tonight. Today is the first day I opened up my window inside my little studio / office, and it's a nice breeze out there.
It's been so fucking humid and shit, man. That shit been having me lazy. It's been raining and humid and all that shit.
I love the rain. Love it.
I do feel recharged though, man, because I was kind of running myself ragged and shit like that, and I do feel a lot better now. You know what I'm saying? So I am grateful for the sleep I've been getting for sure.
That's good. That boy said O'Shea look crazy as hell.
Yeah.
Man, say, I'm gonna drop the. Y'all heard the instrumentals that we got. Nobody probably let me know which ones to use, but we changed our sound up a little bit because I just got to show that nothing don't stop the show. So we got another one coming up called I'll just play it. Maybe y'all can come. Oh, it's called Cut from a Different Cloth.
All right, I'm about to go and jump off. I'll be listening, but I gotta go get me something to eat. I'm starving like Marvin Gaye and Luther Vandross in this bitch.
Which Luther? The skinny Luther?
Big Luther, nigga. I'm hungry as fuck. Big Luther. I'm gonna be listening in the chat, man. Salute, bro. Appreciate you letting me get on.
Salute appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, salute to my niggas in the chat. Yeah, I'm gonna get with y'all.
Peace.
Oh yeah, hold on one time. Let me just go over look at the fights real quick, and we're gonna point out a fight of the weekend before I go.
Okay, cool.
Did you post the fights?
Yeah, wait, did I? Oh, I copied them and I didn't press the post. Hold on, I can sling them up there real quick.
Oh, I could go to Channel Ross page too, though. Go to Channel Ross. No Champ got him. Champ, Jose Luis Navarro. I don't know who the fuck they are. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Ashton H2O Silva is coming back against JoJo Diaz. That's very interesting. Very interesting. H2O, he the one that got knocked out by that kid from that Lucas Body from Canada. He was actually winning the fight. He was winning every fucking round in that fight, but then he got caught. I think Lucas Body doubled up with the right hand. You know that throw a nigga off, man, because you used to right hand, left hand, right hand, left hand. But he came with a right hand, then came back with the left hand. And he knocked H2O out. So he coming back against JoJo Diaz. H2O should get the win, but you know JoJo gonna fight back though. He ain't nobody punk. Then we got Ernesto Tito Mercado. That's the guy that got smoked for a lot of our favorite fighters, like a Keyshawn Davis, a Shakur Stevenson, all the motherfuckers. He down close to their weight class and he won't fight. He going against Juan Carlos Burgos. He is an Iron Man type of fighter. He very tough. You know what I'm saying? So he might have some staying power a little bit, but he might get stopped by Mercado because Mercado knocking niggas out. He knocking everybody out. You know what I'm saying? He a cold motherfucker. So then I don't know who they are. I got to do my research on these fighters, man. I don't know who these guys are off the top of my head. I do see the Amir Anderson guy. He going to be fighting on the zone. I might have to go ahead and just pay that $50, man, and get this fucking the zone, man. I'm going to go ahead and do that, man. I'm going to go put some money on my card and shit and get that shit. Ryan Gardner, he coming back. We done picked him on the channel Raw several times. He got a little amateur background. He going against this Michael Magnesi guy. He can fight a little bit. Lyndon Arthur coming back against Lewis Edmondson. Brad Pauls is coming back. Kingsley Ibe coming back. Oscar Collazo, he another good one. He one of them small guys, but he got a lot of skills. He got the amateur background and all that shit. He gonna be fighting this weekend. I don't know nothing about his opponent though. I don't know who hardly none of these guys are. Ruslan Abdullayev. I don't know. So if I gotta look at this and I gotta find a fight of the weekend, hell, it might be H2O versus JoJo Diaz.
Who was it? Hip Hop Number One. I think it was him who was talking about that's gonna be a good fight. And I was about to say, shoot, if you can't figure out anything, H2O might be the way to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll with H2O versus JoJo as the fight to watch this weekend. Even though it looked like we got some prospects that's up and coming that I don't have a lot of knowledge about. And we do got some solid guys like Oscar Collazo, and we also got Tito Mercado, Ernesto Tito Mercado also fighting. So they deserve some attention, but I just don't know about the matchup. It looked like they guaranteed to win their fights. It looked like the fight with the most resistance is Ashton H2O Seal versus JoJo Diaz. So that's what I'm gonna roll with. All right. So appreciate you for letting me get on the panel. Salute to you, OG. We're gonna come back and do it again. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. I'm gonna be listening from the background. About to go get some to eat, man. I'm gonna get with y'all. I ain't gonna talk you to death.
Oh yeah, Chad Ross said that Tito might have a change of opponent. He believed. So
that might be a void on the channel Ross. Then all right, I got you. All right, that's a bet, man. I'm gonna get with y'all. Salute.
What the hell? All right, y'all. So y'all know he said I agree. Peace, y'all. Shoot, before we go, I'm gonna go ahead and hit y'all with this one song. Hold on, let me give y'all some background on it. This is one of the newest songs we got. It's called "Cut from a Different Cloth." Your boy MZ and Obese, and I see Armin Brown, OB09, and just said good night, y'all. She was in the building listening like she always be doing. What's up, sis? Glad you came through. I'm gonna end this night by hitting y'all with "Cut from a Different Cloth," and I'm gonna hit y'all with "Man" one more time, and then we out. So here we go. I stood on the blocks where them gangsters stunk. Cocked them pumps and watch how them busters bump. Rewind the tape, let them go and watch they fate. Have them sick when I come through, there's no debate. I cook the steak, go ahead, snatch the plate. I cannot wait for those that's gonna come irate. Release the beast, have them sprawled out in the street. I'm on a mission just to show them how they can't compete. I change the frames of those trying to change the game. Bring the pain of those that are mentally strained. It don't matter who you bring, they cannot contain. I breathe the flame to show we are not the same.
We cut from a different cloud. We cut from a different cloud. You niggas south. We cut from a different cloud. Fuck what you thought. We cut from a different cloud. You wearing confidence, nigga, we rip it off. A different cloud. We cut from a different cloud. The niggas south. We cut from a different cloud. Fuck what you thought. We cut from a different cloud. You wearing confidence, nigga, we rip it off.
These niggas talking crazy, they see now. Send their body up the river, let them see now. Let you float from Africa to the Mediterranean, soon to be subterranean. That means you in the sea now. See how ECU get dismantled by me now. Sliced with the Ginsu blade, call me Ding Hao. My destiny stands tall like a Ming Yao. I bring the Wagyu steak, Japanese cow. If beef is given, then beef is cooked. I'm prepared for all phases. You weak and shook, you speak and look for ways to get off the hook, but you hollow inside, makings of an empty book.
We cut from a different cloud. We cut from a different cloud. You niggas south. We cut from a different cloud. Fuck what you thought. We cut from a different cloud. You wearing confidence, nigga, we rip it off. A different cloud. We cut from a different cloud. You niggas south. We cut from a different cloud. Fuck what you thought. We cut from a different cloud. You wearing confidence, nigga, we rip it off.
And see the black dragon, watch and see. They arm too short to think they can box with me. HNIC, teaching about the FIN. If necessary, hit the block and spin it again. Keep my hands round their throat till they comprehend. Snatching away victory while I'm slowing they win. Get it? Slowing, win, hard to breathe. I'm the written definition of what is hard to be. Pat would say, bro, gon' let them stay. And Z will say, there's no room for play. Since I respect big sis, I'ma let them make it. Man, I'ma let them make it. I appreciate everybody coming through tonight. It's gonna be the song of the night. Good night. I hope your picks go through well in Champ Ross. Do it. Got money for a war, but yet the poor cannot go eat for free. She is he is she, them are they, so who are we? Pedophiles are running wild and children falling victim to. Claiming you a champion, but who is that conducive to? Everything is flipped around, so now a lie is true to you. Changing up the history, so now our youth is so confused. Pop a pill to get aroused, that's what they be preaching now. If you're not willing to conform, then quickly they'll come disavow. Have your life just pouring out, everybody's talking down, picking at your flesh. Yeah, this is what it's really about. Man, we got problems now, liars in the government. Man, they'll take your life and act like it wasn't relevant. Man, protect the murderer, go on and blame the victim sick. Man, kids get abused, so how are they to blame?
Man, the U.S. is no longer united. We divided here. Trust me, everything that's happening is more than it appears. Smoke and mirrors, low-hanging fruit to keep us occupied. While behind closed doors, everything short of a genocide. Assassination stage and puts agendas while they gentrify an entire nation, but they don't hear it. To them, the facts are lies. Fact of life, control the media so that the lies are facts. Threaten news channels with lawsuits so they can stay on track with the MAGA agenda. Make America white. If we continue on this path, we may never see the light again.
Man, we got problems now, liars in the government. Man, they'll take your life and act like it wasn't relevant. Man, protect the murderer, go on and blame the victim sick. Man, kids get abused, so how are they to blame for it?
We went from dignified worldwide to self-indulgent here, from global respect to a national joke amongst our peers. Trump is a problem, there's more to it than you can see. Like the real people pulling strings behind the scenes, Geppetto style. They don't need a falling star to get a wish. White collar crimes and pardons, living luxury and bliss. Self-enriched, insider trading, controlling stocks and trades. Trillions made, destroying values just so they can get paid. A spade's a spade. Project 25 is a layout. Whitewash America while getting richer on the way out.
Man, we got problems now. Liars in the government. Man, they'll take your life and act like it wasn't relevant. Man, protect the murderer. Gone and blame the victim sick. Man, kids get abused, so how are they to blame for it? Assassinate your character. Problematic for speaking true. No matter who you are, you show humanity, they turn on you. Rewriting history. I guess they trying to change your mind. Bringing back laws that's designed to keep people blind. Unfortunately, we had people dying in these wars for years. A corporation is what we living in. This is not a nation. Sycophants want you behind bars in them fields again, claiming it's two sides to slavery. Let that sink on in. Gave them homes, raped them though, fed their kids to gators though. Never won a war without their help. I cannot let it go. Man, we got problems now. Liars in the government. Man, they'll take your life and act like it wasn't relevant. Man, protect the murderer. Gone and blame the victim sick. Man, kids get abused, so how are they to blame for it? Just gonna go ahead and say peace to everybody one more time. May you have a good rest of your night. Hope your picks go through the way you want them to on the Champ Ross. Hip hop number one. Go ahead and take Gil Coles out, man. Don't let him get away with talking that noise, man. I want to say thanks to my co-host for coming through, Trey X, the great. Always a lovely time to have a talk with him. Champ Ross for coming through. Appreciate it, man. Moody Treyweather, always a pleasure to have you in the building. To my sisters, Lala D, OBO Brown, appreciate y'all coming through, man. OBO9, I'm sorry, Armin Brown. If I missed anybody, it was by accident. Oh, congratulations to Mike Henry for doing his thing. And Derek Bailey for doing his thing in the Champ Ross. Y'all keep it up, man. Eric R, wherever you are, man, peace and blessings to you. Yasser, a partner from across the water. Gotta say what's up to you. Can't forget about our boy Hyphy, the neighborhood troll. He always keeping us on point. Big Bro, Big E, Manny Draper, Texas Timbo, Maestro. With that being said, MZ gonna close his mouth. I ain't about to shut my eyes, but I'm gonna get my chill on.